Welcome to this February 11, 2022 meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission. This meeting is being held by teleconference pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 and the 12th Supplement to the Mayoral Proclamation declaring the existence of a local emergency dated February 25th, 2020. Before we proceed further, I'd like to ask the Commission staff member Ronald Contreras, who is acting as today's moderator, to explain some of the procedures for today's remote meeting. Moderator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minutes of this meeting will reflect that due to the COVID-19 health emergency and to protect Commission members, city employees, and the public, the meeting rooms of City Hall are closed. However, Commission members and staff will be participating in today's meeting remotely. This precaution is taken pursuant to the various local, state and federal orders, declarations, and directives. Commission members will attend the meeting through video conference and participate in the meeting to the same extent as if they were physically present. Please note that today's meeting is being live cablecast on SFGov TV and streamed live online at sfgovtv.org/ethicslive. Once again, streamed live online at sfgovtv.org/ethicslive. Public comment will be available on each item on this agenda. Each member of the public will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Comments or opportunities to speak during the public comment period are available via phone call by calling 1-415-655-0001. Again, the phone number is 1-415-655-0001. Access code is 2498-708-2976. Again, access code 2498-708-2976, followed by the pound sign. Then press pound again to join as an attendee. You'll hear a beep when you are connected to the meeting. You will be automatically muted and in listening mode only. When your item of interest comes up, dial *3 to raise your hand and to be added to the public comment line. You will then hear, "You have raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait until the host calls on you." The line will be silent as you wait your turn to speak. Ensure that you're in a quiet location. Before you speak, mute the sound of any equipment around you, including television, radio, or computer. It is especially important that you mute your computer if you are watching via the web link to prevent feedback and echo when you speak. When the system message says, "Your line has been unmuted," this is your turn to speak. You will hear staff say, "Welcome, caller." We encourage you to state your name clearly. As soon as you begin speaking, you will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you change your mind and wish to withdraw yourself from the public comment line, press *3 again. You will hear the system say, "You have lowered your hand." Once your 3 minutes has expired, staff will thank you and mute you. You will hear, "Your line has been muted." Attendees who wish to speak during other public comment periods may stay on the line and listen for the next public comment opportunity and should raise their hands to enter the public comment line by pressing *3 when the next item of interest comes up. Public comment may also be submitted in writing and will be shared with the Commission after this meeting has concluded and will be included as part of the official meeting file. Written comment should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Once again, written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, let's proceed with item number 1, which is Commission roll call.
Commissioners, please unmute your microphone so that you can verbally state your presence at today's meeting after your name is called. Commissioner Bush.
Present.
Commissioner Chu.
Present.
Commissioner Finlev.
Present.
Chair Lee.
Present.
Commissioner Romano.
Present.
Madam Chair, with 5 members present and accounted for, you have a quorum.
And we're very excited to welcome the newest member of the Ethics family, Commissioner Morano. And Commissioner, would you like to share a few words with us and the public?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Lee. I just want to say a few words quickly. My name is Mike Romano. I teach at Stanford Law School, and I've lived and worked in San Francisco for the past 20 years. I've been involved in state, local, and federal government and over most of that period of time. I'm grateful to District Attorney Boudin for being appointed to the committee, and especially grateful to Leanne, Michael, Alvin, and other staff from the commission to help me get started here. And I look forward to helping and contributing any way I can to the important work of this commission. So thank you.
And I look forward to working with you on our exciting ventures. Before we proceed to the next agenda item, I want to state first today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of a very treasured member of the ethics family, Mr. Bob Planville. Bob passed away suddenly a couple of weeks ago. The service will be held today at 2 p.m. And I understand some of us may be attending that live stream service. Some of us have known Bob for a long time, especially Commissioner Bush, who has been a long-time friend. As Commissioner Bush said, Bob has represented a kind of political activism that made San Francisco into a better city. He worked very hard as a advocate toward a fair society and accountable government all his life. He served on this commission both as a vice chair and chair. And even after his term was up, he remained very active, participating in virtually all of our meetings and our other events. He continued to speak up and out and shared his insights with us. As recently as last month, he was calling in with his recommendations on how to move the Ethics Commission's agendas forward. Therefore, today's meeting will be adjourned in his honor and in his loving memory. Director Pelham, on behalf of the Commission, has reached out to his family to extend our deep condolences. And he will be missed, but his spirit will stay on as this commission move forward with our common purpose. So with that, let's go to consent agenda item number 3. Oh, I apologize. Agenda item number 2, which is public comments on items appearing or not appearing on today's agenda. And for those who wants to make a comment, please dial in and hit *3 to be on the queue. Moderator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on agenda item 2 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. If you joined the meeting early to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you have not already, please press *3. It's important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comment to the Commission as a whole and not to individual members. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. Stand by. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item 2, public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Madam Chair, we have callers in the queue. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hi, Commission members. Thank you. My name is Judith Reese, and yesterday I was reading the SS Standard, and I saw this article they posted about Kate Sophis, and I wanted to bring it to the attention of the Ethics Commission. OEWD Director Sophis failed to disclose a connection that she had with Amazon through her previous employer, while OEWD is now doing work with Amazon. And we have seen time and time again that Amazon has tried to go around the city rules. And this may be another example of them trying to undermine the city's authority. Sophis said that it was a mistake due to a misunderstanding of how to fill out the Form 700 because this is her first time working in city government. But ignorance is not a legitimate argument, and shouldn't she have at least asked somebody to explain it to her if she was unsure about anything or had any questions about that form? As Board of Supervisors President Shamal Walton said in the article, this is a clear conflict of interest, and I really hope that the Ethics Commission will continue to investigate on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese.
Thank you, caller. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hi, I'm a disability activist, civil rights activist, and journalist based in San Francisco. I have a YouTube channel called Disability and Activism in San Francisco, where I post videos of issues in local government and corruption and issues of ethical misconduct. I've brought up many issues of ethical misconduct to this commission, and every time I bring up something, nothing's done about it. I don't actually know what the Ethics Commission does because every time I brought up something, I'm told that it's not something they handle. I was at a meeting, this is on YouTube, with Daryl Honda in July of 2020. He's the vice president of the Board of Appeals. The respondent, who is a member from the city, was responding because I had filed an appeal for the illegal deforestation of trees in our city. And during the pandemic, the Department of Public Works, as you know, the previous director, Mohammed Nuru, was arrested by the FBI on charges of corruption. So of course, no corruption or ethical misconduct happens there. And they started to actually cut down trees during the appeals process, which is clearly illegal. And they had to pay a small fine, but nothing that would actually force them to stop doing that. During this procedure, Daryl Honda, the vice president, bragged about his close personal friendship with Christopher Buck, who works for Department of Public Works, for the Department of Urban Deforestry, as I call it. And just was up there bragging, like he's a close personal friend. He loves the trees. Like, oh, nothing's wrong with Chris Buck. And this is all on YouTube. It's a video. It's recorded. I brought this up to the Ethics Commission because how could you have a greater conflict of interest than something like that? The Ethics Commission said, we will do nothing about this. I have now brought up another complaint with the Ethics Commission because the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and Bruce Wolf, who I believe is the director of that, has been removing, censoring, completely falsifying events of their own meetings in their own public meeting minutes. Numerous members of the public have been on record saying these are not the correct meeting minutes. Please change them. This is not what I said, including myself, who had a hearing there, and they completely misrepresented everything I said. I have a recording of it. It's proof that nothing is being recorded properly. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is the body that normally is responsible for making sure that meeting minutes are recorded properly, that meeting procedures are being done proper. So if they're not doing it, there's no one else above them except for the Ethics Commission. I've brought this up to the Ethics Commission. I hope you please take action. Please make sure that these departments are actually following the law and actually being ethical and not bragging during appeals hearings about their close personal friendships with the people you're appealing.
Your 3 minutes has expired.
I asked the caller to leave his contact information so staff can follow up with him, please.
Please stand by.
Commissioner Finloff, I saw your hands up. Do you have any comments? Unmute,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair. If there are no more public comments, I did have a question. Actually, coincidentally, it relates to the prior comment. I've had no issues with our minutes in the 2 commission meetings that I've been here, but I'm curious if there were a problem with them, if they were inadvertently inaccurate, what's the process for correcting the minutes? And I ask now because it's part of the consent calendar. Maybe that's a question for Deputy City Attorney Shen.
Maybe we can hold off on that until we finish the public comment period. Moderator, do we have any callers?
I didn't mean to interrupt public comment. I'm only asking if they were done.
yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, please stand by. Madam Chair, there's no further callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Can we call on Deputy City Attorney Shen?
Yeah, certainly if any commissioner has changes they would like to make to the draft meeting minutes, when the item is called on the agenda, such as on today's agenda, the commissioner can certainly suggest edits and modifications. Likewise, as you know, we do take public comment on the meeting minutes as well. So if members of the public who have been observing commission meetings also have suggestions and edits, that would be the time to raise them as well. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Finlove?
Yeah, so will the process be to vote not to approve them, to recommend changes, and then they'll be brought up at a subsequent meeting?
Yeah, when the draft meeting minutes are called as an agenda item for the commission's consideration, that would be the time that a commissioner can raise any concerns with what is being proposed. So
Great,
that would be the time to make suggestions, edits, additions, what have you.
Great, thank you. And again, I don't have any concerns. I'm just curious what the process is. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. As we have no more callers, public comment is, oh, my apologies, Commissioner Bush.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that in the past, we have had votes not to accept the draft minutes and have them come back with edits on them. And that's a completely a fair thing to do. Thank you.
Commissioner Chu?
Oh, sorry. I was just adjusting the light. I have no comment.
Okay. The public comment for agenda item number 2 is closed. So now we proceed to consent calendar called agenda item number 3, which is draft minutes of the Commission's January 14, 2022 regular meeting. If any members of the public wants a public comment for the consent item, please dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Item number 3 is on consent. This item is considered routine. If any commissioners object, an item can be removed or considered separately. Does any commissioners want to sever any of the consent calendar items and call for a separate discussion?
Chair Lee, if I might make just a note of information along the lines of the conversation the Commission's just been, or line of inquiry the Commission just had, we do have a minor amendment correction for the January 14th minutes under item number 6, where it references a deadline of Friday, March 5th. That should be corrected to read Friday, March 4th. That's in the first paragraph of text immediately after item 6 is listed. So that's an example of where we saw a correction as necessary. Wanted to bring that to your attention for adoption here or later, if depending on the Commission's preference. Thanks.
Okay. So if there's no objections, do I have a motion to approve the January 14th draft minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Chu, second.
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Finlove. Let's go to public comment, please.
Oh, I unmuted. Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission now receiving public comment on consent calendar item 3 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you joined the meeting earlier to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you have not already done so, please press *3. It's important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak, so it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comments to the Commission as a whole and not to individual members. Please stand by. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently taking public comment on consent calendar item 3, draft minutes of the Commission's January 14th, 2022 regular meeting. If you have not already done so, please press star 3 to be added to the public comment queue. Madam Chair, we have a caller in the queue. Please stand by. Thank you, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hi, it is my understanding that the time for 3 minutes for public comment is supposed to begin when the person begins speaking. So I'd appreciate it if this department would follow that. I believe that's the Brown Act law, but correct me if I'm wrong. I was just trying to understand what this item is exactly. Is this public comment on proposals to change the meeting minutes? Because I've never heard that phrased the way it's being phrased here today, and that's very confusing. I was also not able to access the WebEx platform. I tried very hard to access this meeting, and there's some accessibility issues there. I emailed about it with a lot of detail and pictures for the access problems. But it would sure help to know what is being taken on comment right now, as consent calendar is a bit confusing term of words that I'm not familiar with. And I've been to a lot of meetings in local government and would really appreciate some clarity there. Thank you.
Please stand by. Madam Chair, there's no further callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add the public comment period is for the public to make comments to the specific agenda item she was calling for. So in this particular case, anyone can comment on the draft minutes as presented as the agenda commission meeting item. The commission will have a discussion, and then if there's a vote, there will be a vote. If WD City Attorney Shen wants to add anything to that, please do. Otherwise, I don't see ECA's. Okay, so let's close the public comment period for this agenda item. So let's call for a motion to approve. Motion is made by Commissioner Bush.
I'll second.
A second by Commissioner Chu. Discussion. No discussion. Let's call the roll, please.
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Chair Lee. Chair Lee, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Commissioner Finlip.
Aye.
Commissioner Romano.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. The next item on the consent calendar is agenda item number 4, which is the draft minutes of the Commission's January 21, 2022 special meeting. For those who want to make public comment, please dial in and dial in *3. Any comments from my commissioners? Commissioner Bush.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is the right place, but we sort of touched on this in a previous one. Is this where we also raise the issue in future of when the meetings take place, as opposed to the fact that they're remote or not? In other words, if we want to change the time from 9:30 to 10, and I know it requires a bylaw change, is this where we say we're going to want a bylaw change on that?
My understanding is this is just to approve the minutes of the January 22nd meeting. Mr. Shen, am I mistaken?
Just very briefly, Chair Lee, that is correct. We're just here to consider the draft meeting minutes. If we want to have a further discussion about changing the meeting time or amending the bylaws to effectuate that change in the meeting time, I believe given the items on today's agenda, we could simply only just bring it up as a future agenda item under item number 10, but it's not something that we could fully consider or vote on today.
I'm sorry, I thought we were on agenda item 5. We're not on that.
No,
Am I wrong?
Number 4.
Oh,
Yes, I believe we're on the next set of draft meetings.
You're ahead of us.
thank you.
Okay. So there's no comments from the commissioners. Let's go to public comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on consent calendar item 4 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you just joined the meeting earlier to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you've not already, please press *3. It is important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please stand by. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently taking public comment on consent calendar item 4, draft minutes of the Commission's January 21st, 2022 special meeting. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Madam Chair, we have a caller in the queue. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now. Welcome, caller. Are you there? Okay. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no more callers in the queue.
Thank you, moderator. That public comment is closed. We have a motion and second to approve the draft minutes of the January 21st, 2022 special meeting. Roll call, please.
Motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush?
Aye.
Commissioner Chu?
Aye.
Chair Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Finlep?
Aye.
Commissioner Romano?
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Last agenda item on the consent calendar is resolution on the continuation of remote commission meetings. Fellow commissioners, this is the same resolution that we've considered in previous months. And do I have a motion to approve? I'll make the motion. Any second? seconded by Commissioner Bush. Any comments from the commission? Commissioner Bush?
Yes, I just would like to take this opportunity to thank the callers for participating in our meetings. It's a challenge sometimes to participate, but it's very important that we hear from people. And I'd like to thank those who have participated and welcome those who are viewing this or participating. Thank you.
So with that, let's go to public comment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on consent calendar item 5 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you joined the meeting early to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you have not already done so, please press *3. It's important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comments to the commission as a whole and not to individual members. Please stand by. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently taking public comment on consent calendar item 5, resolution on continuation of remote commission meetings. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Stand by. Okay, well, this is the same caller from the last one. Let's see. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Yes, thank you. I want to apologize for having folks wait for the last one. It's in the bathroom, and apparently it automatically keeps my hand raised for all public comment, which, you know, can be advantageous, but also not advantageous in situations like that. So if someone can make sure the system lowers my hand, that would be very helpful to avoid that. And I just want to say thanks. I don't know which commissioner said that, but that I appreciate that you all are interested in hearing from the public. Everything I've mentioned at this meeting so far, I have emailed about previously, in some cases many months ago, numerous times. I've also published videos online about these issues. And so the meeting is sort of a further effort to highlight these issues, and it's nice that it's being heard. I hope it's being heard and received in a way that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was Commissioner Bush who made the comment.
I just would underscore that we are very interested in public participation in these meetings and outside the meetings as well.
Please stand by. Madam Chair, there's no further callers in the queue.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. We have a motion and second to approve the resolution. So let's call the roll, please.
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Finlep.
Aye.
Commissioner Romano.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And now we go to the non-consent items, agenda number 6, which is the election of commission officers for 2022 per Ethics Commission's Bylaws, Article 4, Section 1. I call on Director Pelham to walk through the process for us, please.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Commissioners, there is under this item, there was a cover memo and the article for bylaws text provided to you to help guide this action of yours today. The Commission's bylaws do specify that the Commission itself elects its officers of chair and vice chair on an annual basis. but it doesn't provide for a specific method for election of its officers. And so this item outlines for you the way in which the commission has, by practice and history, gone through that process of nominating, confirming acceptance of a nomination to serve, and a vote to elect officers. So I wanted to just highlight that for you briefly and for the public as well, since it's not a process that is typically used in the commission's roll call. But the process for this morning's action is that the chair will open nominations for the office of chair to serve effective March 1st on an annual basis through next February. And any commissioner who wishes to nominate a candidate for chair would then state the name of that person. The chair would then confirm if that individual agrees to run or serve if elected, then that person is nominated. When there are no further nominations and following any public comment we might receive, then the chair will close the nominations and take a roll call vote. And in that roll call vote, each commissioner would state the name of the nominee for whom he or she is voting. So if a commission nominee receives 3 or more votes, that person is elected chair for a 1-year term, as I mentioned, starting March 1st. If no nominee receives 3 votes, then the commission can continue in further discussion and proceed to another vote until that happens. So that process continues until one nominee has received 3 or more votes. And then following the action to elect a chair, the chair then opens nominations for vice chair, which follows the same method. So a commissioner, again, who wishes to nominate a candidate for vice chair would state the name of that person. The chair would confirm the acceptance of the nomination. And then when there is no further nominations, the roll call vote would be taken by having each member of the commission called in alphabetical order to identify the name of the person for whom they are voting for the office of vice chair. So that's outlined again in the memo. At this point, happy to turn it back to Chair Lee if you would like to ask for any nominations for the office of chair. If there are any other procedural questions, we also have the city attorney here available to assist.
Does any commissioners have any questions for the director before I open up the floor? See no hands raised, so let's open up the floor for nomination. First for the chair, please. Commissioner Bush.
I would like to nominate Chair Yvonne Lee.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Let's see. So, Director, do I go to public comment before I close?
Yes, you can close. If you hear no other nominations from the other commissioners, then you may you can close the nominations and ask for public comment.
I will close the nomination and let's go to public comment, please.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until this indicates that you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 6, election of chair for 2022 per Ethics Commission's Bylaws, Article 4, Section 1. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. And as a reminder to our to the public, pressing *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You can also hit that *3 again to unraise your hand. We can't do it on this end, so we're asking you if you can raise and unraise your hand by hitting your *3 key. Please stand by. Madam Chair, we have a caller in the queue. We don't. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. The public comment for the chair nomination is now closed. Colleagues, I want to thank you for your confidence and your support. I accept Commissioner Bush's nomination with gratitude. For the last several years, I have observed and learned from previous chairs Chu and Ambrose as they steadfastly, bravely guided this commission through some very, very difficult and challenging times. They were focused, deliberate, compassionate, and always had an open mind to listen to diverse thoughts and opinions. And I can only promise that I will follow their huge steps in moving this commission forward, because we have a lot of challenges ahead, lots of fun, new projects awaits us. So thank you very much. So let's call the roll, please.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Commissioners, as I call your name in alphabetical order, if you could please vote by sharing the name of the individual for whom you cast your vote for the office of chair for the coming year. Commissioner Bush.
I vote for Yvonne Lee.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu.
I too vote for Yvonne Lee.
Thank you. Commissioner Finlev.
Ditto. I too vote for Chair Yvonne Lee, Acting Chair Yvonne Lee.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lee.
Vote for myself.
Thank you. And Commissioner Romano.
I also vote for Acting Chair Lee.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioners. By a vote of 5-0, Madam Chair, the Commission has elected you to serve a second term as Commission Chair. So that year will begin March 1st. Congratulations and thank you all.
Thank you all. The next is the nomination of the Vice Chair for this Commission. And I will make the motion to nominate Commissioner Larry Bush to be Vice Chair of the Commission. There's no other person that I know who understands the Ethics Commission and the principle of ethics in government better than Commissioner Bush. And I think he would be a very, very valued Vice Chair for this Commission. So I make this nomination of Commissioner Larry Bush to be Vice Chair of the Commission. Do we have any other nominations? Seeing none, let's go to, I think Commissioner Bush has to accept before we go to public comment, right?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nomination. I would be pleased to serve the commission in any way that I can.
Thank you. Public comment, please.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 6, election of Vice Chair for 2022 per Ethics Commission Bylaws, Article 4, Section 1. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, we have no callers in the queue.
Okay, public comment is therefore closed. Let's call for a vote to approve Commissioner Bush to be Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Lee. So if I might, Commissioners, again, as I call your name in alphabetical order, if you could just state the name of the individual for whom you're casting your vote for the office of Vice Chair for the coming year. Commissioner Bush.
I vote for Commissioner Bush.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu.
I also vote for Commissioner Larry Bush.
Thank you. Commissioner Finlev.
I vote for Commissioner Bush.
Commissioner Lee. Chair Lee.
I vote for Commissioner Bush.
Thank you. And Commissioner Romano.
Larry Bush.
Thank you, Commissioners. By a vote of 5-0, the Commission has elected Commissioner Bush as its Vice Chair for the coming year, beginning March 1st. Thank you very much and congratulations, Mr. Bush.
Thank you all. Congratulations to everybody. Next is agenda item number 7, which is public comments and discussion and possible action regarding Ethics Commission's budget proposal for fiscal year 2023 that begins in July 2022. Director Pelham, would you like to give an overview of this budget? Oh, my apologies, Commissioner Romano.
I just had a quick question about the officers. Are these term limited positions, or can people be renominated in real?
I think they're 1-year terms.
Yes, through the chair, if I might respond. Chair Lee, the bylaws provide that they are for 1-year term. So beginning March 1st, officers can be reelected to a second term of the same office. And then after that, there is that term limit.
So two terms.
Yes, 2 terms in office. They can be back to back. Yeah.
Commissioner Pelham, would you like to guide us through the budget?
Thank you, Chair Lee. Yes, our Deputy Director and Chief Operating Officer, Gayatri Taikandil, is also with us this morning. We have provided for you an overview for a brief presentation today. This is, as you will recall, the second of 2 public hearings that we hold pursuant to a city ordinance that is intended to provide transparency into how departments are developing their budget proposals for the coming fiscal year. We had an initial briefing on budget priorities at the January 21st special meeting. And then this is the second of 2 meetings to try and provide a bit more detail about the proposals that we plan to submit at this point for the February 22nd deadline that will be coming up. We're looking forward to hearing, again, further feedback from the Commission today, further feedback from the public about the priorities and the proposals that we're including here. On the first substantive slide on page 2 of our presentation, we wanted first to provide an overview of the current funding and FTEs or full-time equivalencies, as we call them, but essentially our staffing. This is to show how we are currently organized to pursue our programmatic mission, and also it shows our current budget. The number of staffing positions that we have both for current fiscal year and then anticipated as proposed for FY23 and FY24. The new fiscal year begins July 1st, and the process is departments submit their presentations, their recommendations and proposals February 22nd to the Mayor's Budget Office. And then over the course of the spring, there is discussion and further detailed analysis and conversations with the Mayor's Office about the requests that departments make. Excuse me. And so this just gives you a sense of where we are currently structured. We envision it being roughly the same type of structure going forward. We are, I would say, historically have been and continue to be, even with our growth, a very lean organization in terms of overhead. We don't have a dedicated administrative staff or division or a dedicated personnel division or finance division. So this is something that has been sort of spread out through other hats that individuals wear as well. But so this is the depiction of how our staffing resources are allocated and expect to be in the coming year or so. As we move on to the next slide, I wanted to give you just a sense of the budget instructions. Every year, the mayor issues to departments budget instructions to guide their proposals. This year, the city has had a $108 million budget surplus identified. And so the mayor, unlike in recent years and in many years, there is usually an exercise or a request to ask departments to propose cuts to address deficits. Given the surplus and the size of the surplus, the mayor in her instructions to departments this December has not asked departments to make cuts, but has asked departments to continue to perform their services out of their existing funding and to align their funding according to priorities that she has identified for the city, which include restoring the city's vibrancy, the local economy's recovery, reprioritization of funding for core service delivery, and accountability and equity in the delivery of services, programs, and spendings. And I think particularly in the last two, those are areas that align with the work that the Commission has been working toward and will, as we talk about shortly, also squarely address those issues in our proposed budget for the coming year. Following the mayor's review and analysis of departments' spending, then the Board of Supervisors considers the budget and then sends back a budget to the mayor for signature by August 1st. So when we talk about one of the key things to know, particularly maybe for our newest commissioners, just in terms of timing, when we talk about the adoption of a new budget, the fiscal year starts July 1st, but often if there are new services or new staffing positions created as part of the budget, those don't usually take effect until October 1st of that fiscal year. So there's a bit of a time lag there. This is just a reminder of for context about the Commission's specific charter-based duties that we have a range of, obviously, of functions and services under our large umbrella to administer and enforce the city's political reform laws. And as you can see here, the thrust of our work has been to really be an independent and objective voice in the city to assess the laws, make recommendations on how to strengthen them, analyze the role of money in politics, and make sure that there are appropriate guardrails for both policy and practice around integrity in our systems of governance, both in campaigns and on our day-to-day decision making. The following slide shows what are our ongoing priorities for our department. These are priorities that really have been motivating our work since back as early as 2016, when the Commission adopted what we called at the time a blueprint for accountability for our work. So there are, most importantly, one of the areas that we're focused on is making sure that we have strong laws that are well implemented, that they have timely and effective oversight. A second key area is doing what we can to heighten awareness of the laws, and that's through a focus organization-wide and programmatic-wide on making sure we have practical tools and information, that we're doing improved outreach, and that we're making our information accessible to the public, and consistently striving for excellence through continuous improvement. Those are words that can sound vague, but they are steps that we're taking across the office and have been taking across the office to make sure that we have the foundation in place to do the work, that we've got the right processes and the right practices in place to deliver strong services for the public. And so making sure that we're following these priorities as we develop our budget and assess what needs we have to propose to you is something that has been continuing to guide our work in this current budget cycle. One of the areas where moving to our specific proposals for this coming fiscal year, the first area that in alignment with those priorities I just mentioned is really a focus on enabling our essential public disclosure functions to continue. This slide just depicts sort of graphically the various ways in which our work has transformed over the past 5 to 6 years with the technology that we have and the public's demand and appetite and filers' needs to really have ways to comply most simply and most effectively. So we have a series of areas of work that we perform that provides open data so that the information that we collect through our public filings is provided in an accessible way, open to the public to use in ways that they may have questions or that they may want to use the data. Clearly, our website is a primary tool for conveying information about what activities are going on at the Commission, how to file. It is the go-to resource, as is probably the understatement of the year, but that is something that we have a tremendous amount of focus on to making sure that is accessible and understandable and useful for people who visit our site and who experience our public services and programs. We have electronic filing. I think almost all of our filings now are in electronic format, and enables an ease of filing. As you heard last month, we have launched our electronic filing for Form 700, our Statement of Economic Interests, for over nearly 4,000 or 4,000 and plus designated filers across the city. So The idea is to make, again, this filing as easy as possible and then as publicly transparent as possible. We have an online complaint system, which I think we're planning to preview and kind of walk through in the next month or so for you at one of our presentations here at the Commission. But that's a new tool that really tries to help identify what's the jurisdiction of the area of the Commission's enforcement work, and to be able to walk through as a potential person potentially bringing allegations to our Commission, to be able to see where those issues might fit, and to be able to file a complaint online. It's not necessary to have to come to our office to do that directly. And then, of course, we have campaign dashboards, which we will also preview again for this coming election season for you I think at the March meeting. This is a place where we try to depict graphically the work that is reflected in the campaigns that are going on throughout the city, in a way so that the public can understand this is an evolving area, because we have lots of data. We want to make sure it's there and useful, but we also want to make sure it's accessible and digestible when people come to the website or when we share information with the public. And then there is the application programming interfaces, which is a fancy term for what's been described to me as if it were a menu when you walk into a diner. Sometimes there is a lot of food in the kitchen, and this application programming interface helps you select from a menu of options how you might want that food collected so that you can enjoy it. So that is a short way of saying there's a lot of technology behind it, but it really enables San Franciscans and others to grab information and digest it in ways that might be meaningful to them. So we try to provide a lot of options to meet people where they are. The next slide for a specific position-related request for our budget is that we believe we need to reclassify and retain an information systems engineer position to help ensure that we can do that work going forward. There is a position that we currently have that expires June 30th of 2023, and we have a number of technology projects underway in the works, ongoing, that require this level of skill and knowledge and experience to be able to continue to shepherd and lead that work. So we're proposing to reclassify a position to enable us to retain that in the coming years to do this essential disclosure work. Another area that is a key piece for us is something that we have been observing in this current filing season, where we're bringing online the 4,000 plus financial disclosure filers in the city. And that is that as the technology has changed over the years, it is also important to be able to provide direct client support services to individuals who have a contact point with our office. We have a staffing position that is currently funded through June 30th, that should say, excuse me, not June 20th, but through June 30th of next year, to provide services in connection with our Form 700 process. But this is really something that has a broader reach across our program areas, and we believe it's time to create actually a client support specialist position that's dedicated within engagement and compliance to do that sort of support work across program areas. So a client support services unit is what we're proposing through the addition of one full-time client support specialist going forward. Another area that is very much top of the mind, and this also speaks to what the Commission's conversation at the January meeting was about, and that is how do we improve and expand and continue to build on the important work that needs to be done to engage community and civic participants in our policy work and in the implementation of the work that we do. And so this budget has identified, that you see this month, has looked at that and really assessed how we might build in that work in a better way going forward, so that we can build on past successes, but really continue to make a much broader impact and more with specific resources dedicated to doing this. And so we've identified positions that I'll mention in just a moment that really do try to expand the community engagement piece of our work, outreach initiatives in the policy development area, so that they will have the strongest impact possible. We want to improve accountability with a focus on broader civic engagement in our policymaking process and the deliberative process, defining problems and defining solutions, and then also making sure that on the sort of side of what we call engagement and compliance, that we're learning in a very focused way and hearing what people are experiencing as they are attempting to comply or working with our compliance guidance to help shape either where there might be gaps in the law, where there might be gaps in the application of our services, so that can support the effective implementation of policies that we have, that we enact, so that there's sort of a two-way communication line, both in a policy arena that informs our compliance guidance and an ongoing and focused compliance engagement at the side where people are filing or working with us to understand our laws that can help inform our policy development or identify areas where there may be a need to do some policy analysis and development. So specifically, what we're looking for in this budget is that there are three areas. The first of them goes to an essential building block, which is to reclassify existing policy positions to actually support the job classifications that would reflect the full nature and level of the work that's being done. There is very complex research and analysis and outreach that needs to happen on a regular basis. And we know from having created the unit in 2017, that work has changed and grown and expanded. And so we think it's time to reclassify, to align the job descriptions and the job classifications for these positions to enable us to reflect that full range of work and level of work that's being done. So this would be reclassifying two positions we currently have that have been in our policy unit of two positions to upgrade them to the next senior level of work, so that we would have a senior policy and legislative affairs manager, and then we would have again a senior policy analyst position to support that work. Importantly, we would be adding to this work also a position that would be a new civic and community engagement specialist within the policy division. So they would be a community engagement specialist embedded in the processes day-to-day of shaping practical and effective public policy solutions. They'd be part of the policy team. We'd be engaging more regularly, proactively in community opportunities to engage on what is the commission doing, how are our policies impacting communities, what do we need to learn and have stronger engagement, more consistent and sustainable engagement in those areas. So this position would be a new civic and community engagement specialist in the policy division to help us with that work and really charged with driving that work as a part of the policy team. Secondly, or I guess this is now the third within this general area, but the second position related request we have is also what I mentioned about trying to expand, thinking about ways to expand the community engagement by shaping how we implement public policy. And this would fund a position in engagement and compliance that would be focused on policy implementation practices and communication, so that we can really maximize awareness of our policy work and the impact of that work. So this would be sort of a policy-focused person embedded within engagement and compliance, ensure that there's program and operational insights that are informing and stakeholder feedback that's informing our policy development processes and our engagement and compliance work, and also collaborating cross-functionally within city departments, understanding how, when the rubber meets the road, what is the impact of these programs and how do we need to shape them so that they are most effective. This would, again, add a new position that we do not currently have. So this would be a second new position to really focus on that type of work. Separately, unrelated to the community engagement piece, but very much related to our oversight role and promoting accountability in the city, is to strengthen the impact of our audit program, again, continually by adding the resources that are necessary for the job. We believe that we need a senior auditor position to have a more full, more timely oversight. We know that there are mandatory and discretionary audits that we are charged with doing. We have mandatory lobbying audits that are underway. And we are now also in the position of creating a Form 700 post-filing compliance review process on the heels of the controller's reports that recommended that, and following the corruption scandals that have emerged over the last couple of years. So, excuse me, we know that there is additional work that needs to be done. There are timeframes that need to be met that we have not been able to with current resources and the increasing demand for our audit oversight work. So this is asking to include in our budget a new senior auditor position to help bring resources to that division to do the work that's required of it. Another area that this is not related to additional positions at the commission, but it is core to how we do our work, and this would be funding that is required to secure essential technology and professional services in the city. So we have memorandums of understanding, but we need funding to do essential software tools. We need to pay for increases in things like our e-filing system, cost increases, and ongoing technology. So the first of these two areas that speak to sort of core business is funding the technology and funding the technology to help us do that. A separate area then is as we see on slide 15, is to provide necessary support for services provided by other departments. So we have costs that we pay to the Department of Technology. We have funding with the Department of Human Resources to provide our personnel services. And this would include new funding arrangement with the Office of Contract Administration that we require to help us to have the capacity to set up contracts for things like our external auditors that we would envision using over time, and other contracts that are related to technology. We've talked at previous meetings, but there is a significant amount of very, very detailed and sophisticated work that it takes to put together and execute contracts in the city. And in order to do that, we would have a arrangement with the Office of Contract Administration to help us build that capacity to get to the point of having a contract that we can then secure services to provide the work. Coming towards the end of the presentation in just a moment, this is an overview of the budget proposal that summarizes what I've just discussed in terms of what the operating budget is and the specific requests. It translates to an increased operating budget of about 8.8% in the next fiscal year. The slide that follows that shows an overview of our staffing structure as would be reflected in the proposals that we're making. The items that you can see in red are the new positions we are requesting. The items that are shown in blue show the reclassifications that we're proposing. And then there's one other note on what is an organizational realignment that has no budgetary impact, but it has an impact for the discussion that the Commission raised at the last meeting. We have a position that was vacated earlier this year from a retirement, and we have realigned that position for the coming year. A fines collection officer position that it was vacated, we are going to repurpose to a finance and operations coordinator that would be working directly with the deputy director and myself to support financial and other business and other departmental functions that are currently distributed across program areas and staff. We think that is a better way to focus and operationalize that work, and so we have made this realignment. The position that we have identified would assist with a variety of things, including the financial support operations and budgetary operations I just referred to, but also we envision this position as one that will be taking on the direct coordination and preparation and posting of commission meeting materials, meeting summaries, meeting minutes, assisting with the meeting facilitation. It is an ongoing area of evolving need, as you see through our remote work. And so having somebody to work directly with us and be the point person on that is what we envision. And also helping commissioners in terms of support for onboarding with training, technology, and so forth, and to help coordinate training needs through working directly with Gayatri and myself. And also to maintain commission records and so forth. They'd also have the functions of budget and financial management assistance, working directly with our deputy director, Tykendeel, supporting procurement and assisting with staff training and onboarding needs, because as we've increased our staff, we have a great number of onboarding and trainings that we're doing, and throughout the year as well, to help with our own professional development. So this position is relevant because it has a direct impact, I think, on things that the commission most experiences working with us from your standpoint, but it also is something that does not have a budgetary impact. And the fines collection function, as I think I may have mentioned last month, is something that is being incorporated into our streamlined administrative resolution program in the enforcement division. So we do not envision filling that prior role that was dedicated solely to that function. There has been a question that the commission raised, and so we wanted to provide that information here about the role of a commission secretary and whether this might be something that the commission wants to seek as part of this budget as well. And so I did some research, looked at the positions that exist across the city in a variety of different departments and commissions, and so they have a variety of functions. I think all of them consistently fall into this area most generally. And that, again, to coordinate the activities and some of the things we just talked about on the prior slide. But so the question that we have for the commission is is this a time that the commission would like to seek an executive secretary position to facilitate meetings and perform other functions that might be relevant to the commission? If so, we have recommendations on how that would play out. We would propose that it be a 1446 Secretary 2 position starting in the coming year. And that it would be aligned, reporting to the executive director as appointing authority to help coordinate and the flow of communication and the flow of work between that function and other functions within the office. And on the following slide, we wanted to just sort of highlight some considerations as you think about that and discuss that. This shows where the finance and operations coordinator role is one that we are proposing assume those functions and then do some of these other functions that we also know to be necessary. We think that is appropriate and doable within this one role, given the size of our office and the nature of our work. If the 1446 or the executive secretary role, they typically are job descriptions that have a narrower range of functions. And so that, as we looked across the board, would indicate the types of services that are, or types of roles that are shown, functions that are shown in the top several lines of this chart. So we wanted to provide that information to you, leave you with that information, and both Gayatri and I, as well as others on the staff here, are here to answer any questions. I know this is a lot of information, and it is a really an important time for us. So we look forward to hearing from you and from the public to answer any questions that we can, or to get your feedback and thoughts on how we move forward for our February 22nd budget submission that embraces the Commission's support and determination to keep doing our work as effectively as possible. So thank you. I think I'll pause there.
Thank you, Director Pelham. Do we have any comments or questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Chu?
Oh, yes, thank you, Chair Lee. I apologize, my raise hand function button isn't working on my computer. Thank you, Director Pelham, for that presentation and for the materials. In the materials, there's a reference to the 3-year limited term positions. Can you tell me when? I know that they had been funded, I think, this year. I'm not sure if you're in year 1, year 2, or year 3. Can you tell me when those positions end? And if you have a ballpark estimate on what % of the budget or dollar amount of the budget those represent, and that when they do come to an end, will the new proposed positions be able to provide coverage for the work that these 3 positions are doing? Or is the 3-year nature of the work project-based, and that once it is completed, then there'll be no need for those positions any further?
Yes, thank you for that question. And I'm happy to also defer to our Deputy Director for perhaps some further insights about timeframes and dollar amounts, because that we may have that information at hand. I don't have at my fingertips, but essentially the 3-year limited term positions are project-based. They enable the hiring of positions on a shorter time frame than if we go through the civil service hiring process. And this has been largely the way the city has been hiring staff over the last couple of years with the pandemic, due to the need for staffing, but also some limitations on the civil service hiring process. And the capability of the city to perform that function as it traditionally does. We have hired our what we call our PEX, or our exempt employees, through these hiring processes, knowing that we will convert them to civil service positions again at the end of that cycle of their 3-year term. So we will have a series of positions that are staggered in time based on when they started, that will then convert as they come due to a civil service position again. We envision that there would not be a break in the services and the functions that are being served by those roles, because that process would start soon enough, and we would we do then go back to the mayor's office each year and to justify why that need continues to exist. So I'm happy to, Deputy Director Tykadale, if there's anything that you'd like to add, I can stop there and you might have more detail to share.
Yes, Commissioner, the new positions that we are recommending as a part of this proposal, the 3-year term for those positions will end by June of 2025, June 30th, 2025.
Great, thank you. And then maybe this was a question for both Executive Director Pelham and for Deputy Director Gayatri. As we think about the budget and we think about the work, and we have a pending ordinance that will, create additional filing obligations, and there's as always an ongoing need to make government more transparent. We have 4,000 new Form 700 filers coming online this year, and I think as we heard through part of a public comment, that there is an opportunity for the Commission to shape the narrative about what it is that we do, what it is that we don't do. And if we think about that body of work, not just today, but in the coming years, is the budget that we have put forth sufficient staffing to meet the needs of the work that we have currently ongoing and that we're playing catch up? I think we have been perennially understaffed and have been in a perennial hiring mode due to natural turnover and obviously the pandemic as well. But my question is, are we preparing and budgeting for the work of the Commission as it is conducted today on February 11th, or for what that work will be in the coming fiscal year, and setting ourselves up to be able to do the work, in the next 3 to 5 years? And, do we need to add more positions? We need to ask more positions because we are in a position right now of having a citywide surplus and not being asked to cut.
Thank you for that really thoughtful question, and then a really important question. My response is I think we're intending to do both. There is work that has to be done now that's known, and what we know of that known work is that we know it's going to expand the needs that we have to address in the coming years. So adding this level of staffing and this type of staffing, the nature of staffing we're looking for now, is really critical for us to do that sort of work, specifically on the sort of civic and community engagement side. I've said this many times, and as we have in the past several years staffed ourselves so that we can have the sort of right number and level of staffing to perform the programmatic functions that we have. One of the things we have not spent time on doing is communications, outreach, public engagement staff per se. I think if you look at most every other city department, they do that. They have staffs that do that. They're invested in that, and they know, as we know, it's important. But we have been making judgments over the years, and my recommendation is that we need to sort of build the foundational pieces of our work and make straight those foundations in order for us to do work as effectively and as efficiently as possible, so that we have smart systems in place and we can strengthen our practices internally as an operation and ourselves be transparent. What we also know, though, is that there is a great need to not wait anymore for that outreach work and that engagement work to begin. And I think it's also important to note this work doesn't happen, and these proposals don't happen in isolation. We have many things going on at the same time. We have a corruption scandal we're trying to right the city from having experienced. We're also at a moment of reckoning with racial equity and systemic discrimination over the years. And so one of the things we've done, as you know, since a year or so ago, putting together a racial equity action plan, is that process of how we develop that and make it meaningful for our department at the size we are and with the nature of work we have to do. We have a long way to go in terms of bringing that into the fabric of how we work day to day. And I think this recognizes that we can't wait any longer. We have an opportunity and a need to start doing that work now, and to really be thoughtful about how we do it so that it is part of the very fabric of how we operate and how we think about the world and how we deliver services. And I think, the short answer to your question is it is both positioning us to start the work now, laying the foundation for the work now, and putting practices and opportunities in place now, and then being able to actually run with them into the coming years. So I think this would provide us the resources we need to do that. I think it is also the case that will be a continued challenge for us to do that work in any meaningful way if we don't have the new positions that we're talking about.
Yeah, I just want to make, thank you for that, Director Powell. I just want to make sure that when we make the ask, that we make as big of an ask as we think is necessary, or not just necessary, but desirable for us to be able to optimize the work that we do, because it is really critical. And we have been very leanly staffed over the years, and that now in this rare moment of a budget surplus, there could be an opportunity to make the ask and make sure that we identify the positions and hopefully get the funding for those positions so that we can continue to be successful going forward. Thank you.
Comments? Commissioner Romano? Unmute, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to piggyback on that question and make sure I understood the answer correctly, which is that you anticipate that with this budget ask that it will cover all of our requirements, say 3 to 5 years out.
Yes, that is my view. Yes.
And then my next question is, I was unclear by the end of the presentation. Are you asking us whether or not we should also add the executive secretary position, or was that just part of the proposal?
That is an ask. That's a question, is whether the commission wants to add that. We're not making that as a part of our proposal. We've envisioned using the financial and an operations coordinator to do that function. And it's because we think that it can multitask, do both commission need functions as well as the other functions that we need. But we wanted to hear your input and your feedback from the seats that you sit in and the serve and that you serve. If the commission wanted to pursue that, that's the information we provided to you about how we would recommend going about doing that. But we think the decision is the commission's to make about what you see.
It's certainly our decision, I guess, but what your recommendation is that we do not.
That's correct. I mean, I will say that I am always trying to be a sort of a pragmatist about multitasking and using the staff resources we have as fully as possible. And my sense from having all of us played a role directly in providing services to the commission in terms of meetings, meeting facilitation, meeting minutes, and so forth, it's a spread out job. But if we were to consolidate into one person within the executive office working directly with the deputy director and myself with that bandwidth, I think it would be achievable. So I think that would be an appropriate, our proposal is to include it in the position that we've described, because we think it can accomplish the work that needs to be done while also enabling us flexibility to do other things with that role and that position.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chu?
On the question of the commission secretary, I think that I appreciate your position, but I think my view is a little bit different in that I think there's the work to be done of liaising with commissioners and facilitating the meetings and all of the functions that were laid out. But how I'm thinking about it is I think that there is a lot of value to have a single point of contact for the public, because the commission is like kind of this thing. It's like, well, what is the commission? But is there an actual person as the secretary of the commission that with a name and an email address that people could reach out to because they have questions or concerns, and that could be a public-facing representative of the commission to make outreach to communities that have been underserved or have not been engaged in the public process of the Ethics Commission, and that could become a liaison between the commission and these communities that we seek to engage with. And so I think for that role and that function and that purpose, I think is best served by a commission secretary, and so therefore would be in support of funding that position as a separate role.
Commissioner Bush? Unmute, please.
Oh, I was just so intelligent a moment ago when I was muted. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of Commissioner Chu. As I see the public-facing obligations that we have as a commission, they get subsumed in a lot of work that has to be done to support departments and employees of the city, and does not or to support the regulated community. But the public gets sort of down the list of priorities if you are measuring it based on where resources are placed. So a commission secretary is one of the most public-facing positions in most departments. And I may be wrong, perhaps Director Kellum in her research turned up other examples of commission secretaries that reported to the department's director rather than to the commission. But my experience is that they all report directly to the commission and are hired by the commission. I would endorse the idea of having the executive director support us in seeking candidates for the position or making recommendations of existing candidates. But I think that the public is better served by a commission secretary who reports to the commission and not to the executive director. It's just that one step of independence that you hear the public desires in our operations. Also, as we look forward, there is so much that has not yet been dealt with that would fall within a commission secretary. We talk a little bit about public outreach, but we don't organize a tutorial on what the commission does and a good listening session as well for various groups that don't have English as a first language. And we certainly have media that operates in languages other than English, or who are underserved because of their economic situation. There are simple things that can be done, like an insert that goes out in property tax bills or in your electric bill that explains in one page what you might benefit from knowing about the Ethics Commission. So there's a lot of outreach that has not been done. And then while we do collect a lot of information, we post it, it's not always very easy to get. For example, if you wanted to know what are the enforcement actions we've taken, it's very hard to pull that up as a single document. Or what are the top 5 lobbyists and what are the issues they're lobbying on? We don't see that very easily. We no longer have behested payments as a separate reporting thing, but we don't have a list, for example, of the top 5 nonprofit agencies based on number of employees as opposed to based on their budgets. So there's a lot of information that gives the public a better understanding of how the city operates and through what mechanisms it operates. And that comes from ethics. Ethics is the one public-facing department. It's not an IT, it's not a city attorney's department, it's not DHR, all of which exist to support other city departments. We have a role supporting other city departments, but we don't exist for that purpose. We exist for a public-facing purpose, which involves transparency and accountability. And I think I'd like to see more emphasis on that in our budget. Thank you.
Commissioner Finda.
Thank you. A follow-up question for Commissioners Chu and Bush. You've talked about the secretary being public-facing. The staff has public-facing folks in various areas. I think what you're talking about is a secretary who would represent the commissioners to the public, right? Not the commission staff. Is that the distinction we're drawing? So that we as commissioners have more of a direct vehicle to deal with the public as opposed to through the staff, because the staff has public folks, right, who help with outreach, with Form 700 filing. I think that's the distinction we're drawing, and I just wanted to be clear about that.
That is the distinction I'm making.
And I think, just to add my perspective, dealing with the proposed ballot measure, it would be helpful to have a more direct avenue for the commissioners to address the public. I also appreciate the staff's point about maybe this person can fill various functions. As proposed, the dual position looks like it's a person who is primarily, working with the staff and then has as an add-on serves the commissioners in kind of a secretarial function. Maybe that could be flipped where the person serves as a secretary to the commissioners, but also to the extent he or she has extra bandwidth or they have extra bandwidth, can then fulfill the other kind of staff functions, which I guess is the same as the proposal, except flipped so that the, priority would be with the commissioners, and to Commissioner Bush's point, reports to the commissioners in that role, not through the staff. I think that's part of what Commissioner Bush was referencing as well. Thank you.
Director Pelham, you want to respond to some of these comments?
Yes, and I didn't want to cut off if there were other comments from the commissioners, perhaps before, but I'm just wanted to provide.
Perhaps I can just
feel free.
Add my comments before you respond. I think on principle, I agree with my fellow commissioners that it would be great if the commission has its own staff person, not necessarily the public face, because I really think that we are the public face. The director is the public face for the Ethics Commission, and at the same time, this commission is very unique, very different from the rest of the city. All 5 of us are appointed by different elected officials. We don't need to be confirmed like most of the other commissioners. And this is truly an independent commission with our very unique charge. Each one of us comes in with our different levels of commitment. So on a practical level, my first question is, how would the commission secretary fit into the overall administrative structure? Does the city allow the independent commission to oversee one salaried person? If that is the case, then we need to know before we proceed, because that would really change the dynamics of the commission's duties, because currently it's written, we have a very clear understanding of why we're here, what we must do, our responsibilities. But if we were to be tasked with personnel, supervision, and everything else, and that would change the dynamics, I would think. So they may be a minor point, but I do think that we need to really carefully discuss or hear from the director if there's any other city commission who has a separate reporting channel for the commission secretary, separate from the rest of the department staff. For me, that is really important, not only for the commissioners' future responsibilities, but also for the collaboration amount and the team working relationship currently we see on the commission. And from everything that I've seen, even though the commission staff is small, but it's worked mightily well because they know where they fit in. So on the administrative side, I would like the director to share, what's under the current city's HR requirement, and how would that affect this also if we were to move forward. Again, I do agree that we need to have an additional staff to function with the commission, but the administrative questions needs to be addressed before we proceed, because that would really impact how this person would fit in, and that may change the dynamics of the commission and the staff. So I think I made it clear. So let's have the director to respond to all of our questions and comments.
Well, maybe thank you, Chair Lee. I'll start with the last point first. From the research that we've looked at on some of the commission secretary types of roles, it is clearly the case that commission secretaries work directly for, are hired by, and are appointed by, and are supervised by, and directed by commissioners, by members of commissions or the body as an entity. So that is clearly absolutely the case that happens. I have like 3 or 4 of them in front of me, but I see, for example, there is it looks like a possible different approach with the Veterans Affairs Commission that works in the Human Services Agency, that position I understand is under the direction of the Executive Director of HSA and General Administration of the Veterans Affairs Commission. So I'm not sure how that operates on a day-to-day basis. I think the starting point for the question that I was trying to frame up for the discussion is what are the specific duties that the commission would find helpful to be fulfilled by additional resources? And Commissioner Bush, if I'm going back to the concepts that you raised and maybe playing off of a bit of Commissioner Finlev's question, I think what I'm hearing so far is that there's a public engagement piece that we all are attempting to serve in some way. And I think when I hear and understand the public engagement and public information work that you're describing, that is exactly the kind of work that we're describing with the 2 policy positions, the 2 positions we're proposing in the budget for the civic engagement specialist for policy and the policy implementation specialist in engagement and compliance, to be where they most directly have touch points with the public. So that's how I think, in my mind and in our mind, we've sort of framed up that work. And as to sort of supporting the commission, I think to the extent that there is a support role that provides the ability for minutes and so forth to be coordinated, that also frees your executive director up to be a much more public-facing role than perhaps would otherwise be the case. But I think those kinds of functions that I'm hearing you describe are not functions that are typically identified in most commission secretary roles. They tend to be much more of sort of running the meeting, facilitating with the meeting, handling public comment, being a point of contact for the public, of course, but it doesn't sound like they've been necessarily defined, at least in the job descriptions, to expand to the kind of work that you're considering. So I think the perspective that I start with here is that that from a operational standpoint, what's the goal we're trying to achieve? And if it is in fact that more public-facing, active, robust work, I think that is best and most robustly achieved through the kinds of staff proposals we're making in this budget. So the other piece on the sort of day-to-day functioning, I think, and this may be something that Chair Lee was just alluding to, I think one of the questions that we'd want to sort through clearly if there were a new model with a commission secretary is, for example, if a commissioner were to have a request or the public member were to ask the commission for information during the course of a meeting or between meetings, for example, a real world example, could be asking for data or analysis of something. And so then if the commission secretary as a point person seeks that work from the staff prior to the next commission meeting, I think the question I have on a day-to-day basis is how does the staff understand where it must take its prioritization of its duties from? If they are held accountable to the executive director, or are they held accountable to the secretary that might work for the commission? So I think that is a confusing scenario that would require some real clarity to make sure that we have a flow of information and a flow of support that makes sense for the expectations of the work that we're expecting the staff to accomplish month in and month out. So I think that's an area that I don't have an answer for, but I think raises some concerning questions about leaving it to be too vague. I think that could create unintended consequences operationally that are not ideal for any commission or any operation.
Commissioner Romano and then Commissioner Finna.
So I have a couple of thoughts and suggestions. I agree strongly that there should be a very clear point person for public engagement and questions, whether or not it's about particular policy or data requests or other issues. That's not my understanding about the executive secretary position that you were suggesting, Director Pelham. I also feel strongly, at least my instinct is that everybody who works for the commission should report to the executive director, and that as a commission, we should have somebody, one point person to be the staff point of contact for us that is, held accountable, and somebody that all staff knows that goes through. I really think that makes it for efficient sense. And ideally, the executive director is a public-facing person and can answer a lot of those questions. I know that there's a lot of things on your plate and the executive director's plate, but to the extent that we could free up your time or the director's time to provide more public-facing work, I would be strongly in support of that. In addition to having somebody whose sole role is to be somebody who is engaging with the public along the lines that we've been discussing. But I think to have another person who reports to the commission directly without going through the executive director does create a lot of problems, not the least of which Chair Lee was saying about HR concerns and whatnot. I just think that it would be much more efficient for the running of the organization. At least that's my instinct.
Commissioner Finna?
Sorry, that was a residual hand.
Okay. Have any other comments? Okay. If we don't have any comments, let's go to public comment, and a reminder to the public that if you want to offer any comments on this agenda item, please call now and dial. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Bush.
Sorry, I can't figure out how to raise my hand. Just to button up what my position is on this, is that I believe that the commission secretary should be hired by and report to the commission and not to the executive director. I think that provides a level of public confidence that they are not having to have their work reviewed and approved by anyone else. So I've known in the past that some of the minutes that come out have been written in such a way as to support the executive director's position and eliminate some of the positions taken by the commission itself. And I think that's unfortunate, and that we can avoid that with an independent commission secretary. The other thing about this is that we are falling far behind in our outreach to groups other than English speakers. And even among English speakers, it's very hard to get some kinds of data. And I think that a public-facing person is going to be more in tune with where those weaknesses are. I mean, if I go onto PG&E, I can get information in Tagalog, and I'm not sure anybody on our staff is dealing in Tagalog. And the same thing goes with the various dialects of Chinese. And so there's a variety of unmet needs. And that doesn't even begin to talk about the fact that if you look now at the city undergoing redistricting, are there districts where we secure virtually nothing? It's just not even happening. We're invisible in those districts. And why is that? Is there some outreach that we needed to take? For example, is there a newspaper in that district that we have no relationship with? Those are all things that a commission should take the lead on. The executive director has responsibilities, but unless we're looking at evaluating the executive director's job and using these as benchmarks, it's not going to really work out because there are already so many duties that fall and must be met without adding those. That's my position.
I will defer to the executive director, but from my limited experience on federal or city commissions, I could recall 3 commissions where the commissioners directly hired and supervised the executive secretary. And I can share with you the hiring process was very, very lengthy and painful because we need to be on top of employment laws, on all kinds of requirements, and we needed to devote like practically full time to evaluate, to meet with every candidate. And on top of that, if this person was to be hired and report to only the commission, as we just did earlier today, the commission leadership changes every year. Does that mean this person will have a new boss, direct boss, because this person cannot be responding to all 5 members because 5 of us have very diverse interests. So it would be a challenge if the city approved, and if it's allowed by the city, and it would proceed this way, that this person is hired and fired by the commission, accountable only to the commission, and on top of the administrative work that this person will do, this person will need to be on his or her own, be savvy in community, emerging community dynamics, social media, ethnic media changes, which changes every year. So I do think that, yes, I think we all agree. Well, I think all of us agree that in the ideal situation, we need to have an executive secretary, but we need to be very careful in thinking out how this person will fit in with the dynamics of this commission, because again, other commissioners can stay on forever. So I was on a commission where the executive secretary had been working with the chair for like 25 years, so they had a great relationship and we enjoyed it. But in this commission, each one of us served on the 6 years. So even in the ideal situation, this person is going to have a new boss every 6 years or every year. So that may be a very steep hill for some of the otherwise well-qualified, enthusiastic candidates to consider. So I do think that, yes, we can agree on the commissioner secretary position, but maybe we need to have an ongoing discussion and exploration of maybe best practices. Maybe I haven't seen any, best case commissions where, as Commissioner Bush envisioned, that person is accountable to only the commission. I still have some questions on that. So, Commissioner Bush?
Not to belabor this, but that's not any different than the commission's responsibility for hiring an executive director. It's the commission that made a hiring of the executive director, who interviewed the candidates and looked at them and went through the whole hiring process with DHR's advice. But the commission did not rely on DHR's definition of what the job was. And in fact, it rejected what DHR had come up with and added its own insights into what was required for the job. And that included changing the salary of the job. So I was an advisor in the process at that time. And there was a existing acting executive director who was not hired. And instead, the commission settled on Director Pelham. I think we made a good decision.
But in that case, in every other case, commissions hire the chiefs, the executive directors. But by hiring that person, it made clear that they trust the person to run the day-to-day operations of the commission. So I'm still a little, I still can't envision how a scenario of one person within the staff of the commission answers to another body, while the rest of them answer to the executive director. I just don't know about the human dynamics and the operational dynamics. But again, you know, I think we still have time to really iron out, you know, these really important administrative details. But I think these are really good discussions. Commissioner Chu, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, my electronic button is not working. I'd like to associate myself with Commissioner Bush's comments prior and current, and would echo that I agree, and I acknowledge that working out the details and the logistics and the inherent messiness of organizational design and role clarity are can be complicated and time consuming, but I think that is work worth doing for this role. I've been on the commission now, coming up on 6 years, and we've been talking about meeting and doing outreach beyond those stakeholders who come to our meetings and dial in, and to reach underserved communities for 5 years. And like the work, it's more work, and I think that it is important that we not just talk about it, but actually do it. And I think this role can help us accomplish it. And the tenure of a person, who reports to the commission, and while commissioners can come and go as they do, but that also functions in that role could function as an institutional memory, right? That could help support commissioners and provide context and background for past practices. In much in the way that, for example, Deputy City Attorney Shen, can tell us like what has come before. So I think that it can be a lot of work and it can be messy, but I think that we should undertake the process of trying to delineate what would the role be, and I think to Commissioner Bush's point that we can craft that role, and I think we can use other commissions as benchmarks, but not necessarily as a blueprint for what we are trying to accomplish here. Because I think that the needs right now of a public-facing representative of the commission to the public are really urgent. Not just critical, but urgent, because we are engulfed in an ongoing scandal of corruption, and we are doing incredibly important work to try and create culture change, which is extremely difficult to do. And I think that there is a lot of opportunity for us, because in the absence of a narrative that we put out for ourselves, people will make up their own stories about the commission. And as for those who have served on the commission, like, we have people call in and say, you're all a bunch of, corrupt, you're corrupt. What are you doing? We've been accused of being toothless. And so in the absence of a narrative, explaining and putting forth what it is, like who we are and what we're doing and why we're doing it and why it matters, I think that that's going to continue. And I think that creating a role of an executive commission secretary, can help put our story out there.
So the question to Director Pelham is, we have enough support to include a new position for the commission secretary? How detailed do we need to put that position? And can we, in the meantime, between now and the hearing process, ironed out some of these, yes, they're unnecessarily important details?
I'm not sure I have a good answer for that. I do know our budget submission is due in 11 days. And so that is something that typically explains and justifies what the need is and what we intend those requests to do. And I think, so that's some context. I think the question that I still have in my mind is not at all about the diagnosis and the take on the goals we're trying to achieve, as articulated by Commissioners Bush and Chu. There was complete alignment on that. I think what I'm trying to identify and present for the Commission's consideration is that approach that of a Commission Secretary as addressing that or helping to solve those needs or address those needs, I think is not the direction to go, based on my judgment. Again, one thing I think that we could do, and this goes to the point that Commissioner Finlay was making earlier, is I think if the Commission were not to ask for an executive secretary position in this budget, I think one of the things we would do nonetheless is commit to sort of looking at the calibration of the emphasis of the roles based on the feedback the Commission's provided about the need to have a public-facing work done. What is that? Maximize that within the role that we've proposed. Look at making sure the balance of support for the Commission and the public-facing work of the Commission is embedded as strongly as possible in that role. And then put together see how that program works with that and the other positions that we're hoping to secure in this budget. And if it is an option that the Commission could look at that, evaluate where we are as we prepare next year's budget, and if that work still has not met a need that seems to exist, and then perhaps that's the time to say we will put together a more fulsome executive commission role or some other executive secretary role that meets those needs. But there could be that middle ground, and that's just another option I think to think about as you think about these issues. But I just wanted to provide that feedback because there is no disagreement about the alignment of goals. I think it's what realistically do we do? And then in the budget negotiations, if there is a question about which position are we willing to give up for another position, to get another position, right? Those questions those trade-offs are always made during the process as well. So how we would prioritize the importance of one role versus other positions we may be seeking and what trade-offs might be involved in that are also considerations. But I got clearly the Commission has a role and a decision based on what you all prefer, and we'll work accordingly with that.
So I think what we have in front of us is we can either approve the budget as proposed right now, or we can approve the budget with the not the amendment, but to include the Commission Secretary to the budget that you will be submitting in a couple of weeks. Did I miss anything, Commissioner Bush?
Yes, I'd just like to ensure that our budget is sufficient to include a more robust level of disclosures and transparency on the data that we already receive. For example, do we have benchmarks for our training? The budget analyst gives examples of training on ethics and suggests that include benchmarks of how many people and where. So could we say in our budget that in this year, we will train all department directors and deputy directors? Or another way to say all the staff at DPW and PUC, which have been the agencies that have been most in the news for having challenges. Anything that would give us benchmarks and specifics so that we can tell the public we're being transparent and accountable, and we're drilling down to the very specifics. The same thing goes on lobbyists. What are the lobbyists lobbying for? Each lobbying report says what is the outcome sought, but it's impossible to go through and come up with a list of the top 5 outcomes being sought by lobbyists. It's simply not accessible. Or what do you want to know about enforcement actions? You cannot find that. Or what about the nonprofits that receive money from major developers to support their projects, all of which is disclosed by law and which we do file, but we file in such a way that you have to go through each one by one. So it's not user-friendly. And so our budget should be sufficient to allow us to say, in the coming year, we are going to make such and such data more user-friendly so that we are more transparent and more accountable. I don't see that spelled out in this budget submission. I see nice talk about it, but I don't see any benchmarks or steps that would tell the public this is in fact what we're doing.
Director Pelham?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, if I could respond, Commissioner Bush, I think your point is well taken. This is an overview, right? The information that we submit as part of the budget does have more detailed justification. We submit those performance figures to the controller's office, and we can certainly do a better job about making that transparent on a regular basis to the commission and the public as well. But I don't disagree with you. Yes, we can and we should and we will put in our budget request our best information that we have about what we're striving to do with the resources we have and with the resources we're asking for, and we'll be specific about that.
Commissioner Romano?
Sure, I just wanted to clarify what exactly is before us. It seems to me that we have 3 actually decisions before us. Decision 1 is the budget proposed without the executive secretary. That was the recommendation from Director Pelham. Number 2 is the budget proposed, including the executive secretary position as envisioned by Secretary Pelham, but that was very different from the secretary position that we've been discussing. And then number 3 would be a budget proposal with what I'll call a commission secretary, which is different from the executive secretary position. Is that where things stand right now?
I think we have 2 proposals on the table. One is approval of the budget as currently presented to us. The second option is to approve a budget proposal that would include the new position of commission secretary, and we will leave the specific details other than the general responsibilities that we have outlined today. I would, if it is possible, to leave the administrative responsibility side vacant until we actually have that position, if it's possible. So I think we are looking at two options. One is current budget with 3 additional staff. With one of the new staff, the coordinator doing commission support. The second option is to add to the current budget proposal a new position of commission secretary with the specific duties that we had just discussed, specifically being the public liaison, so to speak, between the community and the commission. So I think we have two options that we can look at. If there's no other comments, do I have a motion on one of them?
Sorry, I wanted to make a comment. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
If that's what's may I go ahead?
Yes, please.
So if that's what's before us, I just want to explain my thinking. I don't see any way. My inclination is to vote to approve the budget as proposed by the staff. I don't see any way at this last minute to try to create a new position. I think there's some great goals that we've discussed today. I don't think we do it like this without having the specifics tied together. I think a lot of the goals that we're talking about can be accomplished, as Director Pelham said, by maybe realigning the positions that already exist. And then I think we spend the next year, or until the next budget cycle, if that doesn't work the way the commissioners would like it to put in the work to get the details of whatever a new position would look like. But I don't think now, 11 days before the budget is due, is a time to, on the run, kind of put this together. I appreciate that these are concerns that have been brought up before. And in some sense, it's disappointing that we're not further along, but I don't think we do it this way. It's last minute and it's not detailed. So I share the goals. I just, as presented, I think it's premature. And I want to explain that so that my eventual vote is understood in the proper context. Okay, thank you.
So would it work if on the first proposal to approve the budget under the coordinator position? Because actually, if you look at the coordinator's job duties, it covers basically much of what we've discussed for the commission secretary. So is there any legal reason that we cannot call this person outreach coordinator, commission secretary, just to add that title in? Because we can always, as we go through the approval process, I'm sure there will be a lot of questions from the Board of Supervisors to fine tune it, because in essence, you've already included some of the duties for the commission secretary in this new proposed new position that you're proposing. Commissioner Chu?
Yes, I would not support calling the role of commission secretary. The commission secretary is actually mandated by charter. And I wouldn't want to, I would want to call it the 1840 Finance and Operations Coordinator and not give the role a title of Executive Secretary or Commission Secretary, because I think that's it's a very specific role that is required that we have by the charter, and I wouldn't want to muddy the waters in that way. They may take on some of the functions, but I wouldn't want to also give that role as the title that is required by the commission if it's not required by the charter, if it's not actually the role that is specified by the charter.
Commissioner Bush?
Just to emphasize what Commissioner Chu said, not only is it required by the charter, but the charter also requires that the position be hired by the commission. So it's very specific. And if we cannot obey the charter ourselves while holding other people accountable, then we are operating in bad faith.
Commissioner Romano?
Yeah, so I'm confused. I'm sorry, I'm new. Is in the city charter, is there a position for commission secretary that is not currently filled? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Yes, that is true.
And has not been filled for some time.
If I might offer a note, there is language in the city charter. Don't have it in front of me. There is language in the city charter that says, subject to other provisions of the charter, commissions shall hire directors and a commission secretary. So there's a language that has done that. I think that language has been there probably as long as the Ethics Commission has been here. And I don't believe, I'm not sure if the commission has ever had a commission secretary. So there is language that is for commission, an expectation in the charter for city departments, so city commissions. It is not the case that we have a position that has been sitting vacant. There has never been a position allocated in my tenure or in my knowledge of the commission prior to that of having a specific executive secretary for the commission. Again, just point of information.
Director Pelham's understanding is exactly the same as mine, but at that time, I believe when Director Pelham was hired, we had a commission staff of what, 8, maybe 10 people? And then it grew
19.
to 15, and now it's 33. So the explanation of not having staff resources was much more understandable when we had half the staff that we have now.
So the budget needs to be submitted in 11 days. If the commission were to ask for an additional staff, how is that possible? Do we need to come back for a special meeting before the 11th day to approve the budget before you submit it? Or how does that go? I'm just looking at, a processing question.
I think I would propose it this way. If the commission wants to hire or wants to include in the budget an executive secretary position to request for fiscal year 23, then it could make that motion in a motion today and take a vote on that and direct the staff to include an executive secretary executive secretary or commission secretary position in the budget that we submit on the 22nd. I think that has its challenges that have been discussed, but the commission could make that motion. I think the clarity will need to be about if it is a commission secretary that will be reporting to the commission, so we can at least start identifying and how this process would work. But I think if the commission wants that, it would be incumbent on the commission to take a vote to articulate that today, and then we can proceed to put together a budget as best possible to identify how that would work by the 22nd. I don't think there is a requirement for a special meeting. There are clearly a lot of details in the budget that the commission doesn't have a line of sight into, specific dollar amounts for every line item. So that's not traditionally been required for the commission to see the full range of data that goes into the system as the budget submission. So it's more of a policy call, I think, for the commission at this point to express what its desire is in that regard.
Okay. We can either go to public comment now, or we can entertain a motion from the commission before we open up to public comment. What's your pleasure? Should we go to public comment first, and then let's go listen to the public? Let's go to public comment on this agenda item, please.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 7, public comment, discussion, and possible action regarding Ethics Commission budget proposal for fiscal year 2023 that begins July 1st, 2022. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, we have a caller in the queue. Thank you, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Yes, like I mentioned before, I believe the 3 minutes should start when the person begins speaking. Thank you for taking this call. This is a very important decision that's being made here today. I think everyone can agree. I agree 100% with everything Commissioner Bush has said. Having an executive secretary position or whatever it's called, something that can have this office interface with the public more effectively and do all the things that Commissioner Bush mentioned is a freaking no-brainer. Your department's, your commission's view in the public eye, from what I've seen, is terrible. When I talk to members of the public, we don't even know what you do. When I reach out to folks over email, I rarely get replies. And when I do get replies, it's usually, oh, we don't do that. So, you know, that's not even, and that's me as an English speaker, like as a first language and an only language mostly. So I can't even imagine what your interactions are and the lack of interactions are with communities that speak English as a second language. It's an absolute no-brainer. To hear Director Pelham's you know, pussyfooting around on this one is disgusting and concerning when she talks about how, oh, this person won't have somebody to answer to for the next 25 years. I mean, that's insane. Like, it's called democracy. Positions rotate and change. If you want an oligarch, maybe like go see if Vladimir Putin has a job, you know? It's disgusting to hear those kind of comments and this kind of, you know, wishy-washy kind of nonsense. You have a country right now that is falling apart because people are sick of corruption. And it's a very dangerous time, and it's a really scary time. The rise of white supremacy and fascism is very real. There are people, there's a militia group taking over Shasta County right now. It's terrifying, and people need to know that this corruption is being solved and there are people doing things about it. This department, I think Commissioner Bush made a very good point that people don't know and have no way to find out what this commission does. And fortunately, I did some research and was finally able to dig up that this commission actually fined the mayor for doing a bunch of illegal, accepting gifts, essentially bribes from folks like Mohammed Nuru. She accepted a $5,500 worth of gifts to help somebody for somebody who has been arrested by the FBI on charges of corruption. She wrote a letter to the governor of California using her name as the mayor to try to get her brother's sentence reduced. Like, these are huge things of corruption, and we need the public to know about this and to have this body doing things about it and spreading the word and letting people know. You work for the public, you don't work for yourselves. And I think people on this commission, not the majority, but I think there are some people that forget that. And if the public doesn't like you and doesn't think you're doing anything, this commission will not continue to exist, because that's how voting works. That's how democracy works. So please consider that. Please consider creating this position, reducing some of the harm and some of the lack of information that has already been a problem with how this body basically doesn't face the public and doesn't have a good point of contact, doesn't have outreach for anything. And
your 3 minutes has expired.
Okay.
Okay,
I just want to make a quick
other comments, please.
Yes, I just want to make a quick comment. I think we are all on the same page in terms of the principles here. It's a matter of process. And furthermore, I genuinely appreciate, and other committees I serve on, public comment, but to insult staff in public forum, I just don't think is appropriate or helpful. So I just want to say that.
Other callers?
Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no further callers in the queue.
Okay, public comment period is closed. Colleagues, right, for this agenda item, do I entertain any motion? The person who makes the motion, please state exactly what you are proposing. Commissioner Bush? Your hands up?
Sorry, I was on mute. I will make a motion that we propose to the mayor a budget that encompasses the outline in Director Pelham's proposal to us, with the addition of specifying that we will have an executive secretary for the commission.
So are you proposing 4 new positions then? To be exact, because the current proposal has 3 new staff proposed. So are you proposing?
Yes, I'm proposing 1 additional beyond what's in the proposal.
Okay.
And that additional person is the commission secretary that's required by the chair.
Correct.
Okay.
May I ask a question of Commissioner Bush?
Yes.
So, Commissioner Bush, I share your desire to have someone who does more outreach, but what I'm hearing from the staff is that the executive secretary position doesn't do those things. So my concern is there's a mismatch between our goals, which I think we all share, and getting there. As I understand staff, they're saying the executive secretary does more ministerial functions, wouldn't be doing the multi-language outreach, the website presentation. Those are the things that we need to improve. What I'm hearing from staff is that the secretary doesn't get us there. So I'm probing that.
My experience is that the commission secretary does do many of those things. They issue press releases after commission meetings and does an outreach to different groups, and that they also interact on social media, Facebook, Twitter, or what, TikTok, whatever. I'm so behind the times, but whatever the social media platforms that are appropriate, they have access to and use. And so the commission secretary also is directly involved in receiving materials from the public that they want brought to the attention of the commission. They are also involved in keeping the commission informed of developments. For example, if the Board of Supervisors is considering legislation or making inquiries of us about what is the status of such and such, we will be informed that those inquiries have come in. So basically, it rounds us out and does so in a way that people don't come away with the impression that it got lost in the welter of all the different things that have to be juggled by the Ethics Commission.
Thank you for that response. I really share these goals, and I thank you for moving this forward. But if I'm misunderstanding staff's reservations, I hope they'll correct me. Thank you, Commissioner Bush.
Commissioner Chu?
I would like to also add to my fellow Commissioner Bush's comments that the hiring body is the commission and not the executive director, and so that the job description would be developed, I think, to meet the goals and objectives of the commission. I think, and I think that staff are in alignment with, and that in working with with staff, I think we can craft a role that would get after the work that I think that we all needs to be gotten after. To me, it's been a long time coming, and I'm sitting in a different place than others, but I've sat through many meetings where we've had public comment very similar to what, and worse, as to what we just heard about how people don't know what we do. And I think we have the opportunity now. We have a charter mandate, and we have the opportunity in a fiscal environment where there are resources to be able to fund it. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to act. And so I would second Commissioner Bush's motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Romano?
Just have a point of clarification to Director Pelham. I'm still a little confused. So your proposal at the end had this position of executive secretary. That is am I correct that that is different from the commissioner's, what I'll call the commissioner secretary that Commissioner Bush has been referring to?
Yes. As proposed in our initial thinking on the document we provided, the proposal there is that if the commission wanted an executive secretary to perform the functions of a commission secretary, our proposal was we could hire one and have them work as with the executive director as the appointing authority. So that is what is envisioned in the option at the end of the proposal that we've offered to you today. I don't know if that made sense.
I remain confused.
Okay.
So the position at the end of the proposal is the commission secretary, but it reports to you. That's
correct. That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Which is different from what I understand the commission discussion now to be.
It's the same position. It's just who it reports to.
I guess modified by what specific functions the commission wants that role to serve. It's the public engagement, outreach, and so forth piece, which is not typically contemplated in executive secretary or commission secretary functions. So we would need to craft a job description that provides for that if that is what the commission wants its commission secretary to do.
Got it. And then the three positions that Chair Lee is referring to, that does not include the executive secretary that was proposed at the end.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Whoever makes the appointment and is the supervising authority is the one who will decide what the job is and whether it's being met. And if that's the executive director, that's who does that. If the executive director decides we don't want the minutes to include X, Y, or Z, or we don't think that the executive director secretary should be performing X, Y, or Z, then that won't happen. But if the commission were to decide what they wanted, it would be the commission who made those decisions.
So put another way, the job description or the job description that's on page 20 of agenda item number 7 is the executive director's job description for the role, which may or may not be the same job description that the commission would put together for the role.
Understood.
Okay. Any further questions?
Just so I totally understand Commissioner Bush's proposal, is it that we then reconvene later to fill out the job description? Is that the concept?
My idea is that we forward a proposal that allows us the room to hire somebody, but that the specifics of that, just as it would be for any other position that you would come in at the end, would be developed in the course of the year. So it's probably a job that would not start on July 1st. I would recommend, in my personal view, that we enlist the executive director to assist us in an outreach to obtain candidates for the position and give us views on which candidates would best suit the work of the commission. And those candidates could include people who are currently on the staff of the commission. So I don't see this as a distinct separation in that sense, because we would continue to rely on the executive director for input in the process.
Also, from a process standpoint, the position has to be approved in the budgeting process, and if approved, which is no guarantee, won't go into effect until July 1st. And I believe the practice is that any new positions are only funded at 0.75 FTE in order to allow for a quarter's worth of time to develop the job description, post it, and go through the interview and hiring process. And I would concur with Commissioner Bush's proposal on how the process would work in terms of developing that job description if we were to be so lucky to get the position approved.
Commissioner Romano?
I'm sorry to belabor this point, but it's important to my decision. I believe, is it Mr. Shen, who is from the city attorney's office, who can provide clarity to me about whether or not we are in compliance or not with the city charter?
Yeah, through the chair. I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Yeah, through the chair to Commissioner Romano. So I can read you the charter language. And so it is a general requirement that applies to all city boards and commissions. And that is that each commission shall appoint an executive secretary to manage the affairs and operations of the board or commission. In terms of the Ethics Commission's practice to date, I believe in all the time I've advised the commission, we've never had a sort of standalone executive secretary position. The agency's executive director has essentially worn two hats and carried out those same roles and responsibilities. So I don't think we're out of compliance with the charter. But due to budget and staffing constraints, the executive director, obviously with assistance from other staff in the commission, eventually fulfilled that role. I hope that answers your question.
So I try to avoid HR issues my entire professional life because it's so complicated. So just to put this in a very succinct way, we can request a budget based on the current surplus that we have and based on the increasing needs to expand, not to expand, but to carry out the commission's mandated work. We are requesting 4 new positions. 3 are already detailedly outlined by the in this budget proposal. The 4th one, we call it Commission Secretary, but with the general duties outlined, not including the other details that we may need to confront, whether it's the legal requirements for the city's hiring process, because I doubt we can just go out to hire somebody for July. We're still trying to hire new staff that has been approved last year for this year's budget. So if we can leave ourselves enough room to tweet out, all these little details, with the idea that yes, we are submitting a budget with 4 new positions to address what the commission feels that we need to carry forward the work that we want to proceed with. So that's the motion on the table right now. Am I correct, Commissioner Bush?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so sorry, Commissioner Finlay?
Sorry, I hate to belabor this, but these are details. As proposed, the secretary has a particular classification, a DHR classification. Are we wedded to that? Because I think if we're talking about functions that are beyond that, we may want to use a different classification that has a wider umbrella, like the 1823, the kind of senior analyst, or something that has more non-administrative responsibilities. Because I think if we're proposing it based on the secretarial classification, those folks don't do a lot of the things that we're talking about. Maybe a question for Deputy City Attorney Shen, whether he thinks we are limited to a particular classification if we propose this budget with this position.
DCA Shen?
Yeah, through Chair Lady Commissioner Finlev. So I would actually defer to the executive director on that sort of question. She's much closer to the ground in terms of the budget submission process, as certainly I am, and obviously Deputy Director Tyken-Deal may have thoughts on that as well. And I have to confess as well that I'm not terribly familiar with all the civil service codes, so perhaps Director Pelham can sort of shed some light about the different classifications and what those entail. Thank you.
Sure. My understanding is that there are a couple of general tracks that positions that are considered commission secretaries or executive secretaries inhabit in city classification terms. And I think to Commissioner Bush, to your point, if the commission were interested in looking to see if there might be other existing commission secretaries out there that would be interested in a role, should the commission develop one, they would likely look to stay in the same track of the position that they've been in. And so I think the need would be for the commission to, again, to articulate, as fully as possible as time goes on, what it would like that position to do. Because I think, as Commissioner Finlev just indicated, there certainly could be a different position that, such as an 1823 or what we call a senior administrative analyst, that could perform those kinds of functions and more, which is essentially that is an option, right? But it would not be a commission secretary role. It would be one that would need to define those roles and add in the other kind of work. And we could call it something else, and it could be a different classification, but it wouldn't be typically a commission secretary classification, because that already exists with very defined job specifications. And if the deputy director has more insights, please jump in. I'm sharing my sort of understanding from the hiring process.
Thank you, Leanne. I just wanted to add that for the budget submission process, though, we will need to finalize the type of job classification, as that will have direct implications to the total amount that we will be requesting.
Can
I just add from my experience? I'd like to add from my experience when we hired the executive director. We received a list of qualified candidates from DHR that was based primarily on the number of staff being supervised. And at that time, the staff was a fraction of what it is now. And it did not encompass some of the weightier responsibilities, like shepherding ballot measures through, because ethics was the only commission that had the authority to put something on the ballot. It didn't include a variety of disciplinary functions that the commission had in terms of levying fines. So commission chair at that time, Paul Rennie, required them to rewrite the job description, regardless of what the classification was, to encompass a larger role than they had anticipated, and then to do an outreach beyond people on their certified list to also make them available beyond that, which is how we ended up with Director Pelham. She was not on the certified list, and she came in at a salary that was definitely larger than was typically done for a director of a department of the size that ethics was at that time. So we envisioned and acted on a reality of what we saw rather than what the system dictated with its classification numbers. I don't see why that would be any different for us, and why we would have to say a job classification number in submitting a budget when you can just say it will be a function that will have its duties to be determined, but to include blah, blah, blah.
I think the ongoing discussion that we need to have is maybe not competing, but different vision of what the commission secretary is. Is this person the passive person who's going to assist the commission in its work, which would include issuing press releases, contacting groups on outreach, engagement, answering questions, whatever. Those are the reactive functions. What a typical, not a typical, maybe a average commission secretary does. On the other hand, we have high hopes for this person to also serve as the public face on behalf of the commissioners, which would make this person a very proactive employee of the commission, in line with what the executive director does, which is she is the public face of the commission. We envision the secretary to be, the person who could engage with a very diverse, new, linguistically, racially diverse community. So we don't need to address it now if we can just put in a general job description of what we see the commission secretary should be, which is to assist the commission in care, in some of the functions. And if there's a long process, if this position is funded, then we can go over what are the legal requirements of, the hiring process, because I don't envision this person on the same level of the executive director when it comes to compensation, responsibility, and accountability, but I may be wrong. But, just don't want to belabor the point. Seems like, there is general agreement that we need to have, it doesn't hurt to have an extra person to really elevate the good work that we've been doing and the necessary work that we need to continue to do. So if we have an understanding and if it is legally, we meet the legal requirement of putting in the fourth new position as commission secretary under the general classification that the executive director deem is reasonable, then let's vote on this and then see how far it's going to carry us, because we may not get this position, or someone may offer us 2 different positions for the commission. We don't know. So if this is agreeable, then let's take a vote. One last thought from the director, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, excuse me, I did raise my hand apparently. Yes, I think in the commission's motion, it would be most helpful at this stage to clarify so that we can peg the ask in our budget as appropriately as possible. If the commission is looking for, again, a commission secretary role as defined in city rules, or if there is flexibility on the commission's part to look for a different type of construction of that position. The reason I asked this question, and yes, details do matter, forgive me for belaboring it, but one of the questions I have is if there were a role that could be expanded, does in the city's classification system, which is different for directors than it is for staff hired by departments or commissions, is there the possibility that a senior administrative analyst, for example, could report directly to a commission body? Or is that not something that the city rules, civil service rules contemplate and would allow us to do? So I do think there are some questions outstanding. I guess what I'm hearing, if the commission is looking to place an executive secretary function to be determined in the budget request, then I think we would have to ask for the largest dollar amount we could to accommodate those variety of functions, not the 1446 that we identified in our staff proposal, and then leave open the question about what those duties are, I guess, to another day, because I'm not sure we have that clarity yet to provide it in the budget. So I guess I'm looking for as much clarity as possible from the commission on the explicit duties you would like us to articulate in the budget.
I have no problem with the commission even hiring or making recommendation to, or hiring the executive secretary. But I do think that on a practical way, this person should report to one person, which is the executive director, who oversees the the entire operation of the commission, I think it's easier just to have one person that you're accountable to. Of course, everybody on the Ethics Commission is accountable to the commission. We run the commission, but we don't supervise the daily activities of every staff. All of them report to just one person, which is the executive director that we hire, and we have trust. We have entrusted her with that responsibility. So if we must make that clarification, for me, it's really important that yes, we may hire that person, but in terms of daily responsibilities and accountability, I just cannot see how it functions because other commission secretaries, they work with the executive director on a daily basis. They don't, they carry out the commission's work, but I don't know. That's my block, so to speak. So anyone else? Commissioner Finland?
I'm sorry, that's another residual hand. My apologies.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Romano?
I'm sorry to belabor this point, and especially as the newest person here. So I just quickly read the bylaws. So it does seem to me to say that says the commission is required to appoint a executive secretary. I did not see that it said to appoint an executive director. Is that correct? Mr. Shannon?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, were you reading the charter provision, Commissioner Romano, or were you looking at the bylaws?
I think so.
There is separate language under Charter Section 15.100 that establishes the Ethics Commission that says the Ethics Commission shall appoint an executive director to do thus and such. I'm happy to call that up if it would be useful to you.
And then a separate provision to appoint an executive secretary.
Yes, this is under Charter Section, one moment, please. Section 15.101 of the city charter.
Share your screen. I'm sorry, Lisa.
Oh, yes. Ronald, is it possible you could hand me the baton, please? Is this visible to you?
I see a black screen.
No.
Here we go.
No?
Yes.
Okay. Is this legible?
It's small, but go ahead.
Okay, my apologies. Let's see.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Section 15.101 of the charter, the commission shall appoint and may remove an executive director. The director shall have background in thus and such, shall be chief executive of the department, and shall have all powers provided for the department. Subject to the civil service positions, and then it goes on to describe the other duties. So this is separate, separate from the other charter provision that coexists with this. Was that helpful?
Can you show that?
Excuse me one moment.
I believe it's under duties of the commission.
Executive branch boards, commissions. I think it's Article 4. All right. Well, City Attorney Shen might have the reference. I'm happy to call it up here. I seem to not be finding it as quickly as it would.
And I believe you're looking for the explicit reference, the executive secretary position.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Here
that's
we go. This is section
4.104.
4.102 says.
Oh, 102. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think you just had it, Leanne.
Yes, under section 9, shall appoint an executive secretary to manage the affairs or operations of the Board or Commission.
And can you read just scroll to the top?
Yes, it says, unless otherwise provided in this chapter, each appointive board, commission, or other unit of government of the executive branch of the city and county shall appoint an executive secretary to manage the affairs and operations of the board or commission.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
I think there's a motion on the floor that's been moved and seconded, Chair Lee.
Yeah. The motion is to approve the budget as presented by the executive director with the change to include one additional new staff position, which is the commission secretary. That's the motion. And it was seconded. So let's call the roll, please, if there's no other questions.
Well, I think there is an important question, and that's just to confirm that we will subsequently determine the job responsibilities. And I thought the deputy secretary said we're required with the budget to submit a particular classification for that position, unless I misunderstood the deputy director, sorry. So we need to decide what the classification of that person is. I like the director's suggestion of making it the highest possible ask to get the broadest kind of field of candidates.
Through the chair, if I can confirm that.
Yes.
So that is correct. For the budget process, we are required to identify the job classification, as that will determine the amount that we need to request.
So will that position be parallel to what current level at the commission, so I can have a visual idea? Would that be in the level of?
So I think that is something that we'll need to look at, Chair. Director Pelham, I don't know if you have additional thoughts on that, but I believe we'll have to evaluate based on the feedback today if we need to readjust the position classification.
If I might, Chair Lee, when we looked at some of the job descriptions for the commission secretary classifications, they range, just again, this sample, they ranged from a 1444, what they call a 1444 commission secretary, which is what the elections commission has, for example, which is a part-time 20-hour-a-week position at roughly $36 an hour. The 1446 position we identified in the budget request slides that we showed you, the range goes all the way up to, for example, the airport commission secretary. The range is from $111,000 to $142,000, and the MTA board secretary, for example, which is part of the Municipal Executives Association, that ranges from $146,000 to $183,000, just to kind of give you the range. So roughly from $80,000, perhaps up to $180,000, as we saw from our preliminary research.
I like to shoot for the moon, but at the same time, we do need to be realistic. I don't think we're anywhere near the airport commission secretary, because that person's duties are very, very broad, and they deal with the international clientele. So I'd like to ask the Deputy City Attorney, if we were to approve the motion on the floor right now, asking the staff to fill in the blank, so to speak, so that they can meet the submittal deadline. Number one, would that be acceptable? Number two, would it give us the flexibility to fill in the details of, the administrative and other issues that was raised today? So the bottom line is we want to have a commission secretary. We'll give you the details later. Would that meet the legal requirement of submitting the budget?
Again, I'm sorry, Chair Lee, I would defer to Leanne and Gayatri about what is required for the budget submission. It is quite a detailed process, and I think they're more acquainted with the details of what's required for the submission as well. I would think that there's an ability to fill in some of the blanks, as you mentioned later, particularly when we get down to the nuts and bolts of drafting a job description, for example. But I would defer to the director and deputy director.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Gayatri, please.
Sure, if I can add. So for the budget submission process, we will need to describe what the position will do in general terms. And also, as we mentioned, clarify the job classification and the funding needed. But the process of actually drafting the job description is separate from this process. So we will have another opportunity to actually clarify the specifics of the role. By choosing the job classification, what we will be doing is basically picking the general outlines of what the role would do based on the job description or the template that DHR provides for that particular job classification. So based on the feedback today and our understanding of the duties that you're looking to include in the position, we will draft the description for this role in the budget process, and then come back again to draft the job description once the position is approved.
Thank you. Are we all clear so we can vote on this motion? Okay, moderator, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Finleb.
Aye.
Commissioner Romano.
I will vote yes. I just want to say that I have many of the reservations that the chair and Commissioner Finlev noted about the feasibility of this, but I'm persuaded by the charter that this is required for us to do. So, aye.
Okay. With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. It is now 12:30. Do we need a break because we have a couple more very detailed agenda items? So let's take 10-minute break, coming back at 12:40, please. Thank you.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Chair Lee, we are back in session.
Thank you. I want to thank members of the public for your patience staying with us. We are now on agenda item number 8, which is discussion and possible action on proposal regarding a possible June 2022 ballot measure and regulation amendment to enact recommendations contained in Report on Gift Laws Part A, Gifts to Individuals, dated August 2021. Report on Gift Laws Part B, Gifts to City Departments, dated September 29, 2021. And report on strengthening basic ethics provisions, dated December 6, 2021. Call on Director Ford and Mr. Kenning for the presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Share my screen a moment. All right, can everyone see my screen all right? Excellent. Thank you, Chair Lee and Commissioners, and welcome, Commissioner Romano. I'd like to take this opportunity to review the Government Ethics and Conflict of Interest Review Project, talk about the timeline for the project, the recommendations that have come out of the project, where we are currently, and go over some potential next steps. At its September 11th, 2020 meeting, the Commission identified a review of the city's conflict of interest rules as a top policy priority. This project was seen as essential in light of the ongoing investigations into alleged corrupt activity by numerous city officials and contractors that have been being revealed over the last 2+ years. These allegations demonstrate an alarming level of unethical conduct in and around city government and its decision-making processes. This project has sought to learn from the findings of various investigations, staff research, and stakeholder engagement to identify improvements to ethics laws and programs to prevent future instances of corruption. This project was taken on in 3 phases, the first of which focused on behested payments, and that report was presented to the Commission on November of 2020 and led to legislation that was passed by the Board of Supervisors recently and went into effect last month. Phase 2 focused on gifts and was broken up into 2 parts, the first of which dealt with gifts to individuals. That report was released in August of last year, and the second part was on gifts through departments, which was released in October of last year. The third phase focused on strengthening other essential aspects of the code, and that report was submitted to the Commission on December 21st. These last 2 phases of the project are what are before you now in Attachment 1 and Attachment 2 as the ballot measure and proposed regulation amendments. And I thought it would be a good time to do a quick high-level review of what the recommendations are from Phase 2 and 3. So start off with that. Number 1, create a definition of gift in city law. The current restricted source rule uses the state's definition of gift, which is subject to numerous exceptions that were not crafted with the restricted source rule in mind and therefore end up undermining aspects of the restricted source rule. So creating that local definition is part of this package, as well as expanding the application of the restricted source rule in a few key ways, such as prohibiting the giving of gifts, not just the receipt and solicitation by the city official, but prohibiting the giving by the restricted source. Also prohibiting gifts to immediate family members of city officials from restricted sources, and prohibiting the use of intermediaries to give gifts. So passing a gift from a restricted source to a third party and then having the gift end up with the city official. Number 3, clarify. Sure.
Just for clarification, does this include staff for an official? Because we talk about...
Yes, city officers and employees covered by the restricted source rule.
All right. I wanted to get clarification on that. Thank you.
Yeah. And to clarify, often in the code, it's written as official or as officer and employee, but official is kind of a shorthand that combines both of those terms. So both officers and employees.
And that includes the campaign consultant for the official?
That is one of the proposals in the measure would be to qualify permanent consultants or campaign permanent consultants. What were you asking about?
I'm thinking of cases like, for example, we had a mayor who appointed his campaign consultant to be chair of a nonprofit and then solicited gifts. And what way is that covered?
I'm not sure how that particular situation would be impacted by the restricted source rule. The restricted source rule covers city officials. So I think somebody employed by a nonprofit would not be covered there. They're not a city official. Commissioner Bush, you're on mute up here.
It sounds like that's an effective end run around it, especially since that's a pattern that's been repeated in at least 5 cases that total many millions of dollars.
It's definitely something we can look into, but I think that would be a different pathway than the current restricted source rule, which is prohibiting gifts to city officials. Expanding that to prohibit gifts to non-city officials would be a different approach. That's not contained in this package. Item number 3, clarifying how the restricted source rule applies to city contractors. 4, amending the restricted source rule to explicitly apply to individuals and entities that apply for permits, licenses, or other entitlements for use from a city department. Amending the restricted source rule to explicitly apply to affiliates of restricted source entities. So if the company is a restricted source, so would the CEO and board of directors for that company would also be treated as restricted sources. Prohibiting gifts from permit expediters to officials and employees in departments that issue permits. Creating a single standardized disclosure requirement for payments to city departments. This is a recommendation that would fold in. There are currently 3 existing disclosures for payments to city departments, and it is staff's hope that this new standardized disclosure would be centralized and be able to replace those 3 existing disclosures and also be a much more transparent window into outside sources of funding for city departments. Amend regulations containing exceptions to the rule against gifts to subordinates. And in phase 3, number 1, we have changes to the bribery rule to make it more in line with the federal bribery rule. Specifically, one of those is making it anything of value as opposed to a gift. Right now, the bribery rule just prohibits gifts, which come with a slew of exceptions. Strengthen the requirement that city officials disclose personal, professional, and business relationships with persons involved in a government decision that the official is going to make. This is already an existing disclosure requirement that does not have a penalty provision attached to it, so we'd like to strengthen it by adding a penalty potential. 3, expand the annual ethics training requirement to all Form 700 filers. This is crucial. These Form 700 filers are folks that make government decisions and should be receiving annual ethics trainings. 4, to codify rules contained in departmental statements of incompatible activities into the code, elevate them into the code, and have one standardized place for them instead of the 50+ individual department-specific documents that exist now. 5 would be to standardize penalty provisions to ensure that a mental state is not required as it is in a few chapters. 6, protect ethics laws from legislative amendments by ensuring that a approval of both the Ethics Commission and the Board of Supervisors is required by a 2/3 or by a supermajority. And 7, add general provisions that allow the Commission to require electronic filing of public disclosures. So that's kind of the big picture tent poles of what this package does. Now I can give an update on the meet and confer process, which is still ongoing. For a kind of refresher timeline of that, on November 10th, the text of the measure and regulations was shared with employee unions. On November 17th, staff met with representatives from the Municipal Executives Association, or MEA, on those proposals. And on December 9th, DHR distributed a closeout notice stating that since no questions or concerns had been raised, the process would be concluded. However, later that day, MEA communicated a desire to continue the meet and confer process, which led to the City Attorney's Office and DHR advising the Commission to not vote as scheduled on December 10th on this item. This continued a second meet and confer session with MEA. It was held on December 17th. During that meeting, 4 concerns were identified. And on December 27th, staff sent a letter to MEA with proposals to address the 4 concerns that were identified. On January 13th, the third meet and confer session was held with MEA. And at the meetings last month on the 14th and the 15th, the meet and confer process had not been closed out, and City Attorney's Office and DHR again advised that the Commission not vote on these matters. At this time, staff is still awaiting feedback on the 4 proposals sent to MEA during that December 27th letter. However, these proposals have been incorporated into the current versions of the measure and regulations before you today. And we just confirmed this morning that the next meet and confer meeting has been scheduled for next week on February 16th. During this time where the Commission has been unable to act since December 10th, staff has continued to engage with stakeholders, particularly those from nonprofit organizations. At the January Commission meetings, 8 individuals from nonprofit organizations made public comments before the Commission. Staff reached out to all 8 of those individuals to have one-on-one sessions to hear their thoughts and concerns and clarify things about the measure. So far, staff has met with 7 of those individuals. The 8th person declined to additionally engage with staff. As part of this continued stakeholder engagement, part of that was clarifying a few things, which I can review briefly here. The first was specifying that the proposal would not establish any new reporting requirements for non-city organizations. That was a bit of feedback we heard from several individuals associated with nonprofits, was that they're overburdened by reporting requirements and things like that. So clarifying that this proposal does not contain any new reporting or filing requirements for them. Number 2, specifying that items that are freely available to the public are not considered gifts for the purposes of the restricted source rule. So I think the good example here is if a city official is at a street fair and a company that's a restricted source for them has a booth at the street fair and is giving away T-shirts to everybody that walks by, that would not be considered a gift. That person, the city official in that instance, is not receiving any special consideration in that situation. And number 3 is that there are exceptions that would allow city officials to accept free attendance at certain ticketed events from restricted sources. This was probably a top concern from individuals from the nonprofit sector that we spoke with. And there are a few things there. There are already exceptions in place for the restricted source rule, which would be maintained with this proposal, that exempt the ticket as a gift if the official is giving a speech or performing a ceremonial role. And there are also exceptions being proposed in this current version that would exempt certain nonprofit fundraisers and arts and entertainment events. And then also just reminding folks that the official or their department could also always purchase tickets from a restricted source to attend these events if the city, or if the department feels it's necessary to attend. The city could use resources to send people to these events as well. So in addition to clarifying these things, these conversations have also led to changes to the current versions that are before you of the measure and regulation amendments. And these are detailed more in the memo provided for item 8, but just to briefly review the substantive revisions made to the ballot measure. There are 2 substantive changes. The first is to remove liability for department heads for failure to disclose gifts to the department. This was a concern. This was proposed in response to concerns raised mostly by department heads. So under this revision, if a department head fails to disclose gifts under this new disclosure in the measure, they would not be subject to potential criminal or administrative penalties. However, it would be still open for them to be subject to discipline from their appointing authority. Second is to create an exemption on city officials engaging in activities that are subject to the department's jurisdiction for non-compensated volunteer activity. This proposal is coming in response to concerns raised at last meeting by Commissioner Finlev about this potential prohibition essentially blocking desirable activities without the use of a AWD in place. So with this revision, non-compensated volunteer activity would not be considered a prohibited activity just because it falls under the department's jurisdiction. As for the regulations, there are a few clarifying and substantive revisions here as well. First up is clarifying the existing regulation that defines knowingly attempt to influence. Concerns were raised by individuals from nonprofit organizations and wanted to really specify that certain types of activity would not be considered knowingly attempting to influence for the purposes of the restricted source rule. So clarified that comments that are made at a public forum or rally would not be considered an attempt to influence, nor would comments made via petition or on social media. Next up would be raising the proposed dollar value for the routine office courtesies exception. This is the exception that would allow city officials to accept routine office courtesies when they're visiting the office of a restricted source. We had proposed it originally as a $10 per visit value. We'd heard that that might be too low, so did propose raising it to $15, which I think is more than sufficient. These are supposed to be routine office courtesies, a pad of paper, a bottle of water, a cup of coffee, things that are available to anyone who visits that office. And we want to avoid making sure that this doesn't become a backdoor meal exception where restricted sources are catering meals to city officials. Last on this page is exempting an exemption added to allow the gifting of personalized plaques and trophies. Some individuals from the nonprofit groups expressed concerns that they believe it's important for restricted sources to occasionally be able to give city officials gifts of personalized plaques or trophies, which, considering that these are personalized, there's not really a resale value or much value to be made out of them. So this exception would allow that to continue on a limited basis. Last page here. Exempting attendance at certain nonprofit fundraising events, as well as attendance at certain arts exhibits, performances, athletic events, or sporting events. These issues have both been raised by department heads and by some representatives from nonprofit organizations. These exceptions would allow city officials to accept free or reduced cost attendance at these types of events, so long as doing so is a necessary part of their city duties. Excuse me. And lastly is specifying that applications and approvals for licenses, permits, and other entitlements for use are not considered doing business with the department, so long as the approval of such an item is solely ministerial, secretarial, manual, or clerical. So if it's something that doesn't really require a lot of analysis, then it would not trigger the doing business with prong of the restricted source rule. Excellent. So that's the overview of what's changed in items attachment 1 and attachment 2 since the last version presented on December 10th. There's one item I'd like to engage with the commission on as a bit of a discussion, which is relates to the liability of giving restricted source gifts. As proposed, the measure would extend restricted source rule liability to the giver of the prohibited gifts, so not just the city official who accepts or solicits the gifts. It was discussed at the last meeting. There were concerns expressed that this could potentially expose non-city persons who might not have knowledge of or reason to know about city laws to administrative penalties for gifts given to city officials. It's definitely true that the enactment of any new rule requires sufficient outreach and education. If this proposal were to be enacted, education and outreach activities would be pursued through existing touch points, such as the contracting materials that go out to entities when they contract with the city, those types of things, as well as through outreach materials, direct communications, and training by the new Ethics at Work program that's currently being developed. And this also wouldn't be the first time that city ethics rules would be regulating the behavior of non-city persons. Lobbyists are already prohibited from giving gifts to city officials, and city contractors are prohibited from making campaign contributions to city officials who approve or would approve their contracts. So this would not be new territory for the commission to be regulating non-city persons. So potentially we'd like to present 3 options, and happy to hear other thoughts the commission may have. But one option would be to, leave the rule as drafted, which would prohibit the giving of gifts by restricted sources across the board. The other would be to remove liability for those gift givers and just leave the prohibitions on being an intermediary or on the city officials accepting the gifts. However, if this option is desired, staff would recommend maintaining the giving of lobbyist gifts, having that continue to be prohibited as it is now, and also expand that type of prohibition to permit consultants, so that those 2 categories would at least be clearly prohibited from giving. And number 3, which I think is a little bit of a middle ground option, would be to narrow the proposed rule on prohibiting the giving of gifts by a restricted source, but not have that carry on to their affiliates. So in this situation, if a company has a contract with the department, that company would be a restricted source. And this kind of hybrid proposal would say that the company as an entity would be prohibited from giving a gift, but a board member for that company would not be prohibited from the giving of the gift, which would, hopefully kind of, be a little bit of a middle ground there. And Shirley, I have 1 or 2 other slides kind of concluding. I don't know if you'd rather pause and have a discussion on kind of this point, or have me go through those kind of next step slides and then discuss everything all at once. What would you prefer?
Why don't you continue on?
Great, thank you. So potential next steps. Action by the commission to place a measure on the June ballot needs to happen before the March 4th deadline. So the commission could consider holding a special meeting later this month. And in the event that meet and confer were able to be closed out, potential action could be taken for the June ballot measure. If that is not able to happen, the next deadline for placing something on the November ballot would be August 5th. So that would be the sort of new deadline to close out meet and confer and vote to place this package on the ballot if desired. And just in wrapping up, I'd like to kind of end on this quote from the findings and purpose of the SF Government Ethics Ordinance, which has been a bit of a guiding light for this entire project, that government decision of officers and employees of the city and county should be and should appear to be made on a fair and impartial basis. Thank you, and happy to field any questions the commission has.
Thank you, Mr. Kenning. Just a reminder to the members of the public, if you wish to comment on this matter, please dial in now and punch in *3 so that you can be in the public comments queue. Do we have any questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Chu, please.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Thank you, Mr. Canning, for your presentation. And if you don't mind, if you could go back to your slides that list in chart form the different proposals that you have made back to MEA as part of the meet and confer process. Could you please confirm that these revisions are what are the remaining open items and points of disagreement between the with MEA, and that we are waiting to hear back from them what their response is to these revisions? And
yes.
Expect that on February 16th?
Yes. So I don't have them all on one slide, but two of them are here. Yeah, so as far as as far as we've been able to articulate through that process, those are the four outstanding issues that we've identified. We have asked for further clarification and are kind of awaiting that. Yeah, I know there's some concerns about not saying too much about the ongoing meet and confer process in open session. So I want to be cautious to not get too specific.
I just want to understand from a timing perspective that these, because I believe some of these were communicated back to MEA on December 27th by the commission, and there have been a few meetings since then on January 14th and January 21st, but they have not yet responded to that. To that letter, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do we expect a response on February 16th?
I think we would hope for one.
Have we asked for one?
Yes, we have asked for responses before the 16th. Yes, we asked in writing for responses to those things, as well as requested a list of all outstanding issues that they see with the items, and have not received those either.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Bush?
Thank you. I have to unmute myself. As I understand it, we received a letter from a number of department heads asking us to have this proposal reviewed for equity. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That was received, I believe, Wednesday of this week.
So you can add that to the list of outstanding issues. Is that correct?
I think Commissioner Chu's question was about outstanding issues related to the meet and confer process. We haven't, identified this as the letter is not from received from department heads, was not part of the kind of meet and confer discussion. So I think those would be maybe separate issues.
So that's compartmentalized from meet and confer?
Correct. That issue, I don't believe was not brought up through the meet and confer channels.
All right. Another question I have involves attendance at arts and other events that are exempted. As I understand that there's not a limitation on the number of staff who could be given access at no cost to arts exhibits, performances, and so forth?
Haven't articulated a limit on the quantity of staff, more on the quantity of tickets per official, so that a city official that was using one of these exceptions would be able to receive one ticket and not a ticket for themselves and a family member, or multiple tickets for themselves to distribute however they would want. It would be capped at one ticket per official.
So I've seen examples where, is it open lands or something like that, where 30 tickets will be handed out to staff and commissioners. That seems like a lot of people for someone whose attendance is necessary for their job.
Yes, yeah, I think potentially justifying that quantity as necessary would be a challenge for that exception.
Have you considered putting it into the job description, what events they would be required to attend?
That idea has come up. It's one that I think we've been looking to get more feedback from departments on, as to what they think would necessary would look like, since they're the ones that have brought this the need for this exception into play. So I think I think there are a number of factors that could determine whether or not attendance at an event is necessary, but have not isolated those at this time.
It would seem that if it's necessary for their job, and they don't go, they could be subject to disciplinary action for failing to fulfill the obligations of the job. Isn't that right? Is that right?
Potentially, I'm not sure how that would work, but that I think linking necessary to a job description could definitely be one way to approach that.
I'm looking for a way to show to the public that this is not a workaround for freebies. And I say that as having been an aide to the mayor and had my share of freebies. So I know how easy they are to get. I have tickets to the opera, a weekend at Hetch Hetchy. They're all part of freebies that get handed out according to who you are and who you know. And so I'm not speaking of others, but I'm speaking from my own experience. And while I enjoyed those benefits, I really was not a person entitled to get them. And once my boss found out I had them, he was not too happy about it either. But I think that there's a reason for spelling out rather than just leaving it open to say, well, that's part of their job description. So I'm recommending that we tighten this up to some extent and link it to actual job performance.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Finlap, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kading, for this report. I know you put a lot of work into it, and thank you for, I see you've addressed some of the very specific recommendations I made, and I thank you for doing that. A couple of questions on the statements of incompatible activities, kind of the carve out that I expressed concerns about that you've put in the proposal. So now it doesn't cover non-compensated volunteer activity. I want to make sure that doesn't make too much of a carve out. We still don't want folks lobbying their own departments. So I'm wondering, irrespective of what position they're doing it in, so I'm wondering what other laws would still apply and kind of limit the kind of non-compensated volunteer activities folks can do if they're also city employees. Does that question make sense?
Yes.
And I appreciate that you did this at my behest. I wasn't involved in drafting this new language, so I'm just trying to make sure that it doesn't go too far by creating too much of a room for conflict.
Yes, so there are the other elements of 3.218, which is where the incompatible activities live, and so those things would still be so providing selective assistance would still be an issue in these situations, as would using city resources or city work product. Those would all acting as an unauthorized city representative or being compensated for your city duties or advice would all be there, as would lobbying activity would also still be prohibited there.
Okay, and all those provisions are in 3.218?
Yeah, those are in 3.218 A2 plus, whereas this exception is just built into 3.218 A1, which is the activities subject to the department's jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll review those. And then on the restricted source issue, this is still, to me, one of the key questions, and I really appreciate the way you broke out the kind of the paths that you see forward. Just to remind my fellow commissioners and Commissioner Romano, my concern here is that we're creating liability for a class of folks who are not city employees, criminal liability for people who don't know the law, don't have any reason to know it, for doing things that they think are innocuous. And the people I'm concerned about are not corporations, not developers, but it's the nonprofit city partners that do a lot of great work. And I think those are the folks who are showing up to public comment. And I think this is the provision that terrifies them, frankly. I think a lot of them misunderstand it, and I appreciate the work that you've done to try to disabuse them of some of their misunderstandings. But I still struggle seeing the value of expanding that definition when bribery is already illegal under federal law, state law, and under city law under this proposal. So any improper transactions from anyone in the world, non-city employees, are already prohibited. I think by extending the restricted source definition the way that's in the current proposal, it creates a lot of fear, as we've seen from members of the public, from city partners who do good work. And I just don't see the value added. I can appreciate that you're saying that other non-city employees have restrictions like lobbyists and political consultants, but I think they're in a sophisticated kind of city interaction role that a lot of our nonprofit partners may not be. So I still have those concerns. I'm glad you're doing the outreach, and I would love at some point if we commissioners can directly engage with those folks through an interested persons meeting or another venue so that we can directly really understand the concerns. I think it'll be more efficient than having them kind of go through you first and then to us. I think that would be helpful for us to deal with them directly, because some of their concerns may be unfounded, but I'd like to know them firsthand. I think your proposal of making it so it does not apply to the affiliates makes sense, but I want to understand that under that proposal, for example, if you have a agency to help stray dogs and its director gives a gift to someone who's a city employee, that's still an illegal transaction because the city employee shouldn't accept it. But I think you're saying liability wouldn't fall on the director. But if the gift comes from the agent, the entity to stop stray dogs itself, then it would still be captured. That was a clunky question, but you're nodding your head, so I think it went through.
Correct. In that hypo, as proposed under option 3 here, the only liability for giving the gift would be on the entity itself. So if the gift came from a check from the nonprofit, from the stray dog nonprofit, that would be the prohibited giving. A gift from the CEO or a member of the board would be prohibited from the city officials' side. It would be on them to not solicit or accept a gift from that restricted source, but there would be no liability for those individuals if they did give a gift.
Thank you for that. And then correct me if I'm wrong, but no matter who the gift is from, it's still illegal if it's a bribe, if it's with the intent to influence. That's illegal under the bribery law, under the proposed bribery law that you have in your proposal, but also under state and federal law. So we're not enabling corrupt transactions if we don't expand the restricted source definition.
Well, the restricted source rule is always, a different rule than the bribery rule that just, outlaws a certain type of gift transaction without any attempt to that the gift will influence. It's just a categorical prohibition on gifts due to the relationships that are existing.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, you said that better than I asked it. But am I correct that a lot of the fear from the city partners, this is where it comes from? It's the expansion of the restricted source rule. My sense is that is one of the issues that's giving the city partners the heartburn.
I would say that's correct. That's one of the issues been surfaced by those groups.
Great, thank you. But again, really, thank you for putting this together. The chart that you had summarizing the changes was super helpful. It's a good way to get an overview. I know it took a ton of work. And I'll just reiterate my hope that at some point we have an interested persons meeting where we commissioners can directly engage with the folks who are expressing these concerns. I'm thrilled that they've started showing up at public comment, and I think we need to really hear them out. We commissioners directly. Thank you very much, and I've taken enough time.
Thank you, Commissioner Phaneuf. Commissioner Romano?
Thank you. I have two things that I'd like to follow up on. First, with regard to Commissioner Finland's point about the expanding criminal liability to the gift givers, I would also like clarity about what this covers that's not covered by state and federal bribery laws and what we're hoping to accomplish. I don't know if you can answer that, Mr. Canning, or if that's just something for another day. But I don't think it's, I share Mr. Finland's concerns on that.
Yeah, I can briefly speak to that. Yes, so the restricted source rule is in an existing city law, which is distinct from the bribery rule that the city has, as well as state and federal bribery, in that it prohibits the giving of gifts to city officials from restricted sources, which are entities or people that are doing business with the city or have attempted to influence that official in the last 12 months. And so it prohibits gifts that, kind of based on that classification of the relationship, even if there's not, one of the challenges with bribery is proving that intent to influence element.
Regardless of the intent, so what we're saying is we're expanding liability, that the gift giving is prohibited regardless of the intent.
That's already prohibited under current city law. Not the giving element, but the gift transaction, the receiving of a gift already is. And then that's what separates this rule from the bribery rule.
And I still don't understand. The giver, yeah, go ahead.
Can I try to weigh in?
Yeah.
So Commissioner Romano, sorry. You're right. The bribery distinction is the intent. But under current law, a city employee recipient is still prohibited irrespective of intent. It's just that the giver is not currently subject to criminal liability.
I understand that. So what we're saying is that the bribery law requires intent for the giver. Current law, the giver does not have to have the intent.
That's right. But under current law, the recipient is still liable even if there's no intent.
We're talking about the giver. I get it. All right. My other is what I was also caught by what Commissioner Bush was zeroing in on the performances and sporting events. My understanding is, and I thought somebody had mentioned this earlier, that if it was a necessary function, then the department could pay for those tickets themselves, right? And I just don't know, perhaps I'm new here, but could somebody explain to me the justification for free sporting tickets ever?
Some of that feedback has come from departments who work, closely with arts venues or with sporting houses that put on these events, and I believe they would articulate it as they have a need for certain city officials to go to those events. I think that's something that we would welcome more clarity on from those departments. But I think that's.
Am I correct that those departments can already pay for those tickets themselves if they're really right?
We've looked into that, and as far as we know, there's no prohibition on a city department using city resources to purchase a ticket to an event for a city official to attend.
All right. Well, then I would love more explanation about why free tickets are a good idea ever.
Quickly
responding. That even if it was approved, it has to be approved by the supervisor, right? Didn't we discuss that? So even though it's a legally allowable gift to an event, but the staff still needs to get approval from the supervisor before he or she accepts the gift and attend the event. I thought we discussed that.
Yes, but part of this exception, not think we've phrased it quite as supervisor approval, but did say that the ticket would need to be disclosed by the department per the 3.217 disclosure. So instead of to use one of these exceptions, instead of the restricted source giving the ticket directly to the city official to use, they would need to give that ticket to the department, and then the department would be able to use that ticket. So there'd be some element of supervisorial or departmental control. And it would be disclosed publicly, including who used the gift or the ticket.
If we have no more questions from my fellow commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Chu?
I just wanted to make one observation, kind of drawing up for a moment, in that I think what this legislation is trying to do is to delineate areas where, and call out the specific obligations that, nonprofit organizations who perform a vital role in the lifeblood of the city. But when an entity receives city money, then there are certain obligations that come along with that. Much like a company that becomes a federal contractor, then their hiring practices are subject to affirmative action, and that they have to develop affirmative action plans for every location and report on those regularly to the government. And so there are, for lack of a better term, strings attached and consequences that flow from being a partner, an important partner with the city. And I think that this ordinance and the regulations are intended to address loopholes and shortcomings that we have seen have been on display for all the world to see in the ongoing corruption scandal, beginning back in January of 2020 with Mohammed Nuru. Thank you.
There are no more comments. Let's go to public comments, please. Operator.
Okay, please stand by. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda number item 8, discussion and possible action on proposal regarding a possible June 2022 ballot measure and regulation amendments to enact recommendations contained in Reports on Gift Laws Part A, Gifts to Individuals, dated August 2nd, 2021, Reports on Gift Laws Part B, Gifts to City Departments, dated September 29th, 2021, and Reports on Strengthening Basic Ethics Provisions, dated December 6th, 2021. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You'll hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, we have callers in the queue. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Charles Head, President of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, not just some, but for all San Francisco neighborhoods. It is time to call out MEH and the department heads for their foot dragging, their shameful obfuscation on this issue. The fact is, I've been told by employees of the city that they're never going to agree to this. They're never going to cede power. You think the mayor is ever going to do anything like that, or any of her department heads? No. Their qualms and quibbles are terrors for little children, and they're going to have to be dragged kicking and screaming to the table to sign on for this. It is time to realize this and time to call out their obfuscation and their lack of respect for the Ethics Commission and for the voters of this great city. Thank you very much.
Ronald, you need to unmute.
Thank you. I apologize for that. Please stand by. Thank you, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ralph Remington. I'm Director of Cultural Affairs for the San Francisco Arts Commission. And I'm here today to speak specifically to the arts, the tickets to arts events and activities. I just here to say I've worked in administration for decades, arts administration throughout this country, including Director of Theater at the National Endowment for the Arts. And the industry standard is a ticket +1 to any staff that go out to assess the work. Staff are going out to see the work, to check out. It's a forensic activity. It's necessary research that we have to go to these events to support the events themselves and to assess What does the staff look like? What does the audience look like? What does the cast on stage look like? What does this event say? What is the message that's being put forward? All these things are evaluated. And then staff go back because we have to fund these events. We have to fund these organizations, these arts and cultural organizations. We have to fund these events. That's why we go out to the events. That's why we see all the work that happens in town. We're supporting independent artists. We're supporting institutions, including our flagships, plus our small and mid-sized arts and cultural institutions. It's a necessary activity. Without it, city staff will move in ignorance as they seek to fund organizations and independent artists. You don't want us ignorant doing our work. You want us to know these organizations and these artists inherently and know them thoroughly. So I would ask you to just look at the industry standards nationwide. Don't reinvent the wheel. Look at the best practices. And I'm here to tell you that best practice is +1 for anyone who's going out to assess arts and cultural events. And that's for staff that are involved in that work. And that's not tied to your job description. That's part of what you do, just as a whole in the aggregate, not a specific thing itself. So hope that makes sense to everyone. And also there's a big equity question. The ballet, the opera, and the symphony are going to do just fine, but it's the smaller arts organizations that are comprised of marginalized and disenfranchised populations that may not do as well if people don't go out to assess their work. Then those other organizations will swallow up the funding pool and maybe not get a fair chance or swing at the bat. So thank you today for listening to me, and good luck with the rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hello, Commissioners. It's Debbie Lerman from the San Francisco Human Services Network. We appreciate having been able to meet with staff and have some changes made to the proposed measure, as well as the suggestion of an interested persons meeting with commissioners. We do still have significant concerns that have not been fully addressed, as laid out in detail in previous written and public comment. Regarding nonprofit events, it is vague what is necessary as part of the job, but given the benefits to the city and the community for public officials to attend these events, the provision should clarify that those duties do include support for the partnership with community-based organizations and for sustainability and the private fundraising activities of the nonprofits that departments rely on for vital city services. Secondly, the definition of restricted source should exclude uncompensated nonprofit board members. These are thousands of altruistic volunteer community leaders, and they should not be subject to this law even for small gifts that have nothing to do with corruptive influence. The greatest concern continues to be with provisions that turn anybody that attempts to influence legislation into a restricted source, who then becomes subject to liability if they offer even a nominal gift. The exception for rallies and social media is helpful, but those are only examples of the kind of grassroots public policy activity that would subject unaware members of the public to this law. They might just email their supervisor, we've all done that, or write a letter to the editor. This is distinct from people who have a financial or economic interest in legislative or administrative action, like contractors or paid lobbyists, and goes far beyond regulating attempted bribery. It's dangerous to include vague language that would characterize residents of San Francisco as restricted sources simply for expressing an opinion, potentially sweeping up thousands of people who would have no reason to be aware of the city's ethics laws and regulations. It would create unnecessary barriers between public officials and the public or even their neighbors, where there's little risk of corruptive influence. It would risk selective enforcement against those with unpopular positions or marginalized communities, as spelled out in the letter from several city department directors, and it would dilute the Ethics Commission's ability to focus its enforcement resources on situations where there is a true risk of corruptive influence.
Your 3 minutes has expired. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there's no further callers in the queue.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. My fellow commissioners, I think on the floor right now, we have a couple of options. We can either take action by voting on this matter, given that, you know, the staff has met through the meet and confer process numerous times. And I remember the last time we met with the representatives, we made it clear that we were not looking at any date beyond the March 4th ballot placement deadline. So that's the first option that we can do. But at the same time, this being a somewhat of a controversial matter, there's bound to have folks who would who may not want to see this proceed. So to make sure that whatever we do will have the best chance of withstanding any potential legal challenge, there can be a second option, which is there will be one more meeting, February 16th, between the staff and the representative. And I do recall we made it abundantly clear the last time that this would be our last meet and confer before, you know, the commission proceed. But with the abundant spirit of cooperation and trust, the commission can delay vote action on this matter until the last meet and confer meeting, which is next week, February 16th. Meanwhile, we can schedule a special meeting before March 4th, after the 16th, only with one agenda item, which is to take action on this ballot proposal. I think that the staff has done a tremendous job outreaching and in responding to comments. I am interested in exploring more on what the nonprofit community has expressed, because it is a concern. And I do think that when we talk about nonprofits, there are the nonprofits, and there are the nonprofit community-based organizations who have a lot less resources, and they rely a lot more on their board members to sustain their services. So I do hope that the staff can reach back to the callers to explain what the latest provisions are in helping the community-based organizations. So I'm throwing out these two options for us to consider, we can go ahead and vote today, regardless of whether we have closure. We may never have closure, but I still believe that I just want to make sure this is such an important proposal that, you know, we want to make sure that we have done everything we could and beyond, just to make sure that all concerns are heard and addressed. We had gone beyond what we are legally required to do, in the spirit of being a good partner. But February 16th, that's the last meeting, and we are going to take action before March 4th for the vote through a special meeting. So those are the two options that I throw out for discussion and see. Before we do, I want to hear from Deputy City Attorney Shen. If we don't have any closure right now, if we proceed to a vote, what does that mean legally on this ballot measure?
Thank you, Chair Lee. I appreciate your time. I know it's been a very long meeting today, obviously into the early afternoon at this point. I just want to be crystal clear for the Commission that they cannot approve the proposed ballot measure as presented to them today because there is an ongoing meet and confer. As Mr. Canning described, there is a further meet and confer session scheduled for next week. And for that reason, it is definitely not concluded. And after that meeting on February 16th, and I certainly hope there will be a lot of progress made in that meeting, we would need to circle up with DHR again to assess whether any other meet and confer sessions will need to be scheduled to fulfill our legal obligations. So this is, I just want to be, again, crystal clear about this. This is a legal requirement that we engage the unions in this discussion. Thank you.
So I understand the legal requirement, but as the caller said, if I want to drag it out by constantly bringing up new issues, this will never get resolved. So can we say we've met, in good faith, these are the records, we have conducted all these meet and confers, follow-up, February 16th, as we made clear at the last meeting, we made it really, really crystal clear. That's it. Bring all your concerns and then we'll address them. Can we still take action after the 16th if they don't agree to?
I would need to consult with DHR. Unfortunately, I don't think we have anyone from DHR here today. I would need to consult with them to see whether they believe that our meet and confer obligation has been satisfied as of that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I guess option number one is off the table. So do we have any comments? Okay, Commissioner Bush and then Commissioner Romano.
I have a clarifying question. The statement was made about the attendance at arts and other events, and that there's an assessment made based on what they see. So my question is that assessment in writing, and is it something that is a public document that people can see when we went, what we saw, and what we concluded from what we saw?
Canning? You respond?
Yeah, I'm not, can't speak specifically to the Arts Commission's assessments, but if they are city work product, I suspect they would be visible via sunshine requests. I don't know, perhaps Deputy Attorney Shen can speak to that, but I would suspect if it's a work product, it would be a public document. But I don't believe those are published as far as I know, but I can't really speak to that.
It would seem to me that if they're going on behalf of the city to take a look at something being funded by the city or supported in other ways by the city, and they return with an assessment, that we would have an opportunity to see what assessment they had. Really what it comes down to is there a record, and where does the record exist?
Yes, I think as we're looking at what what defines what is necessary attendance, I think having a written work product could definitely be a component of that. Whether it's a necessary component, there has to be a written work product, or if it is, it could also be one of several factors. If if a written work product is the byproduct of attendance, that would definitely I think lean towards it appearing necessary if that's what the city official is doing.
Thank you. I have a question for Chair Lee and perhaps Deputy City Attorney Chen. In the event after February 16th, we conclude that there is not going to be a meeting of the minds, don't we have the option of declaring an impasse, or is that up to DHR? It would seem to me that the Ethics Commission itself has the final say in whether this is moving forward. We went through this before, in my experience, with the fire department over such things as whether or not to close certain fire departments, fire stations, or whether or not we were going to concur with the consent decree that required an end to discrimination in the fire department based on sex and race. And the firefighters union refused to accept it. The previous mayor agreed to delay stuff for years. And finally, the new mayor pulled the trigger and said, no, we're going to sign the consent decree and move forward. So I know that there are circumstances in which one simply moves forward without reaching agreements. How can we understand that as it applies in this case?
So through the chair to Commissioner Bush. So my suggestion on this front is that when the next meeting is scheduled, and I'm not sure exactly what date we are contemplating for later this month, but that we include an item that would allow DHR to give us an update, if necessary, about the status of the meet and confer and what are the options for the commission going forward. You'll recall that we had a similar closed session previously agendized, and I think it's very likely we would need a similar closed session for the next time we get together on this matter.
Deputy City Attorney Chen, just to be clear, are you saying that DHR is the one who has to say on whether we can go forward?
I think we need to have a further conversation with DHR about the further steps and options for the Ethics Commission on this matter.
I'd be surprised if the Ethics Commission doesn't have authority on its own, regardless of what DHR believes. But if I'm wrong, I need to know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if DCA Shan can provide us his legal opinion on that one, that would be helpful. But it really looks like we will need to have another meeting before March 4th to decide on this. So moving forward, staff will be meeting. Oh, Commissioner Romano?
Yeah, I don't know if we're done talking about this but I'm still stuck on the ticket issue. And I will just want to say to everybody that it will be very difficult for me to approve or vote to send this to the ballot with tickets exempted. If there was concerns about smaller nonprofits, I would be open to a dollar limit, but this seems like a very common and, in my opinion, improper gift.
Well, per DCA Shan's legal opinion, we're not going to be voting.
No, I'm just telling you and telling everybody who's involved in the meet and confer process that concession to me seems, I don't think we should go along with it.
Commissioner Finlay.
Great, thank you. My fellow commissioners, I appreciate that 3 of you have been with us for a long time, but I've only been a commissioner for 2 months. We have another new commissioner. In that time, every meeting I've been at, I've said, I want to hear directly from the public on this. We haven't done that yet. Until we do that, I'm not comfortable voting on this. I don't think a meeting in 2 weeks is going to change that. I would like to hear from the community that's been showing up and calling us and telling us their concerns. I'd like to hear it directly. Those guys are not part of the MEA process. They're not city employees. I don't think we do us any favors by rushing to put this on the ballot before we've heard them out. Yes, they should have been engaged earlier. Yes, it's frustrating that they weren't, but they weren't, and now they are. Let's bring them in. Let's hear from them directly, understand the ticket issue, understand the restricted source issue. We need to understand this. This is the public trust. What we're getting are 3-minute sound bites and public comment. There's no back and forth. We're getting letters. There's no back and forth. I have questions for Ralph Remington, who called in from the Arts Commission. I have questions for Debbie Lerman, who called in from, I actually can't remember her organization. But until I understand their concerns and can either ameliorate them, or maybe they're adequate, then I don't understand this measure and its impact. I need to understand that before we vote on this. In terms of the MEA process, yeah, it sounds like the MEA blew us off, and frankly, that pisses me off. That doesn't mean a judge is going to agree. If we put this on the ballot measure prematurely, we'll get sued, there'll probably be an injunction, and it won't go into effect. A few months in the realm of rulemaking is not that long. It may feel like an eternity for us. This is a very long ballot measure. These are complicated arguments. And because we unilaterally said we need to put this on the February ballot, we have to put it on the whatever ballot, the judge is not going to find that that's a credible reason to cut off conversations, no matter the fact that MEA came to it late, weren't prepared, maybe aren't as responsive as we want to be. So I think, frankly, it's an artificial deadline saying it has to be on a particular ballot. To me, it's more important to get it right, to hear the community's concerns, and do it in a way that's going to be immune from any legal challenge in terms of the MEA process. That may mean doing it slower than a lot of us would like, but it's going to lead to a better product. And to me, the biggest frustration is, again, I haven't heard or haven't been able to engage directly with all the folks who are taking their time to come to public comment and talk to us. We need to have that interested persons meeting or whatever the venue is. But I have a bunch of questions for these city partners who are expressing concerns, and I haven't had those concerns explained to me in a way that I can understand them. Thank you. That was a lot, but I wanted to put that out there because I think these are really important. I appreciate everyone's hard work on this, the staff, the commissioners, but I think we risk making a product that's worse and legally liable if we kind of push it through because we're upset at the folks who should have been paying attention earlier but weren't. Thank you.
Commissioner Bush, your hand's up, I guess.
Sorry, it's still, it's done.
Okay. I think that if we look at the staff timeline, meetings were held with interested parties, and this process has gone on for at least, many months. But I do recognize Commissioner Finlow's sentiments, and I still think that there's time between now and the March 4th deadline. The February 16 meeting, confirmed meeting would be at least the 5th time that the staff has met with them back and forth. I am completely open to holding another broader interested persons meeting. One of the frustrations that some of us have with these meetings is that it's always the same people who show up. The other folks usually do not attend until they really realize that, geez, this really impacts us. So again, with the abundance of cooperation and transparency, I am totally open to asking the staff to schedule a interested persons meeting within the next 2 weeks via Zoom, so that all of us, well, no, because we have to have less than 3 commissioners to attend each meeting, hold 2 meetings, 2 interested persons meetings, so that all of us can hear directly from these folks beyond the 3 minutes. But that will still give us hopefully some time to look at the feasibility of meeting the March 4th deadline. I think that on one hand, we need to listen to the public, but at the same time, this issue has been, ever since Commissioner Chiu was the chair, she's been holding these discussions on the commission, so it's nothing new. So I do think that we need at some point to have some closure to really take the next step. So since we're not going to take any action on this item today, I would ask the director to schedule 2 meetings with folks who represent the nonprofits. I think we've asked that last time, not just the people who call in, the folks who represent the Health and Human Services Network, their members. If they're interested, they can call in for one of the 2 meetings. Same thing with our city family partners, so that at least we can hear from them what exactly are the issues that they're concerned with. Meantime, the staff will go into the February 16th meet and confirm meeting, and the deputy city attorney will look at, her Commissioner Bush's recommendation to see if we can independently move on without, any conclusion or agreement from the meet and confer. So, don't want to belabor the point, but I don't want to drop the March 4th deadline because that was something that we have worked very hard toward. And I don't think we're there yet. We still have a few weeks. So if we can, address everybody's concerns and everybody's recommendations, let's see how far we go. We can schedule a meeting before March 4th, and then we come back and there's still some questions and unresolved issues, that we can move from there. So if that's Commissioner Bush.
I want to suggest a substitute motion rather than vote on this, that instead we vote on the commission issuing a press release that outlines all that we have done to date, the issues that have been raised and that we have responded to, the dates of our meetings, and that there remains an opportunity to reach a result in time to make the June ballot. And it will require the goodwill and active participation of all parties. And just put it out there for the public to see, because otherwise the public would have to tune in and know what's going on, following us through hours of meetings. And I would urge that we do a very specific press release giving an update on the situation and asking for public participation.
Shirley, can I
that motion?
Come on.
Commissioner Chiu, your hands up.
Yes, I would like to second that motion by Commissioner Bush, and the sense of urgency, I think, that is propelling us is not just because it's been a long time since we've been working on these issues, but because I think the people of San Francisco have been waiting since January of 2020 to see what the Ethics Commission will do to address the corruption scandal and the loopholes in our ordinances and regulations and enforcement efforts to make sure that what happened and is still happening won't happen again. And that if we wait until, if we don't put it on the ballot in June, and it possibly goes to the November ballot, and if it's approved, the November ballot would make the ordinance effective in January of 2023, which is 3 full years since Mohammed Nuru was arrested. And I think that the longer we take, and I understand and I agree that we have to do this right, but I also think that the people of San Francisco are looking to us and watching to see what we are doing, and are we actually going to act and do something to address these really significant problems.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Canning, you want to respond?
Yes, I just wanted to say that staff can definitely call interested persons meetings with the members of the nonprofit community and invite them to come and speak. We could do that, as early as the end of next week, and have a non-majority amount of commissioners attend those as you're interested and available. And to the point raised by Commissioner Bush, I wonder if one option might be to include that information in the interested persons meeting notice, so that that kind of review of update on where the process is and past activity is notified along with the call to participate in these meetings. And additionally, I think it'd be really important to have the focus of these meetings be with non-city persons. City officials and department heads have the meet and confer process that we're engaging with them through. So I think it probably would be a more fruitful discussion if these interested persons meetings are, narrowed to members of nonprofit and community groups, would be a suggestion.
Okay, so Commissioner Finlay?
I have a question about the interested persons process. If it's only us getting information and not taking any action, does that still trigger the serial meeting rule? We're not making any decisions here. Why can't we all attend if we want to? That may be a question.
It's not 3 of us can be seen together without triggering.
It's the Brown Act requirements.
Right. No, I know the Brown Act, but I think there's a standard. The 5 of us can go to a baseball game together. If we're not taking any action, if we're not considering any action, there's a line somewhere. If all we're doing is getting information, maybe Mr. Shen can correct me. I'm probably wrong on this.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Commissioner Finlay. Yeah, so a purely social get-together, I think, would be a different situation. But I think what is being proposed is a more substantive policy discussion. And if there is a substantive policy discussion on something within the Ethics Commission's jurisdiction, I think we do need to be concerned if a quorum of the commission is there.
Okay, but there's no issue with us then providing the other commissioners notes of whatever happened at that meeting, or is there?
Yeah, similarly, if there are sort of separate interest person meetings, which it sounds like is the proposal on the table, you would still need to observe the rules against seriatim meetings or serial meetings. And I assume that when we reconvene, I'm not exactly sure when that's going to be, maybe the 25th. I'm not sure if we've landed on a date yet. I mean, I think that would be the time that we all come back and sort of jointly share our notes or experiences that we gather during those meetings.
So that's permitted?
Great, thank you. Sorry, I interrupted Mr. Romano, I think.
No, I was just kidding. That's permitted. We're permitted to share our notes. Isn't that create the same problem?
Well, we would do so at a publicly noticed meeting, whenever the next meeting is scheduled.
We could publicly notice this, if we had 10 days, right? We could publicly notice a public interest meeting and we could all be there.
Yes, can we just invite them to a commission meeting?
Yeah, sure, certainly. I mean, one, I suppose if you wanted to have a full-on commission meeting, where the purpose would be to have a completely free-flow discussion and a full back and forth, I think you'd have to create some sort of ground rules for that discussion. It sounds like such a discussion would require at least waiving any time limits on public comment, because it sounds like you want to hear more than the 2 or 3 minutes that most people get. And similarly, you would also have to ensure that everyone gets that opportunity. So if someone gets up to 10 minutes to speak, everyone else would get up to 10 minutes to speak.
Why can't we invite witnesses or specific people to come talk to us?
You could do that as well.
That makes a lot of sense to me. These are, in effect, witness or experts who will help educate us on how this may affect a certain part of the industry. I like that idea. I know we're kind of thinking out loud, but that makes sense to me. And then separately, I want to say something to Commissioner Chu. I hope you appreciate that we're trying to get to the same place. It's purely a process question for me. I'm nervous that if we do it in a way that'll get struck down, then we're all hamstrung and it sets us back. That's it. We're trying to get to the same place. It just makes me nervous the way we may be going towards it. I wanted to make that clear.
I understand that. I believe that we're all aligned in terms of where we want to get to. I think that, and I think that we can get there. I just also think that it's really important for us to bear in mind that we serve the people of San Francisco, right? And that they're waiting a really long time, and that the June ballot, I think, was to us who've been working on this like the logical endpoint. And it has been enormously frustrating that it was like the 11th hour that MEA came back with comments, and that we have been waiting since December 27th, which is almost, it's like five or 6 weeks, for a response, and after a request for a response, and we have received nothing. And so that, to me, doesn't give me confidence that they are willing or bargaining or negotiating or discussing with us in good faith. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to do our job carefully and with an understanding and a respect for the law, and to ensure that whatever action we take will not be struck down. I agree. We should not take action that will jeopardize the enforceability and the validity of any ordinance that we approve. But I think we also we must move with all deliberate speed, and we have to balance those two factors.
If I may add, Chair.
Commissioner Romano.
So I want to second what Commissioner Finlev said, and I really, as the newest person here, appreciate how much time this takes. I've been involved in ballot measures. They take a very long time. They're very complicated. One of the things that perhaps might alleviate some of your concerns, Commissioner Chu, is I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that we can amend the effective date. We don't need to have an effective date that is so far out. The effective date, we could make it the day after Election Day. So that's, one way to alleviate some of the time pressure concerns. Because I agree, people don't want to wait till 2023 or 24 or whatever it happens to be. I appreciate that there's some reasons why you want to have an effective date that's a little ways out so people can adjust their practices, but we don't need to wait a full year, is my understanding at least. And, I'm being asked to vote on something and I don't feel comfortable with a number of the provisions. I hear that there's a lot of people that don't think the NEA is negotiated good faith. And I'm particularly concerned about adopting some of their concerns without, even on those grounds. So I would love to have some sort of, I'd like to hear more specifically about the ticket issue. I think we could do that in a way that's fully noticed in front of everybody. That's not a full public comment, but we have experts who we think represent the community well. And that would be my choice. And with regard to the timeline, unless I'm mistaken, we can make the effective date what we want.
Can I propose this? We have a couple of dates to be mindful of. The first one is the next meet and confer meeting, which is next Wednesday, the 16th. We also have, and I still believe it's still on track, a March 4th deadline to submit the ballot measure for the June election. So what we can do is between today and the 24th, we can hold both the meet and confirm meeting as well as interested persons meetings. My concern, Commissioner Finleff, with inviting experts to testify is the San Francisco nonprofit community-based community is so diverse. Not one person can speak for all of them. And we may need to be very mindful to who is expert who could speak on their behalf. So the idea of an interested person meeting is anyone who really feel so strongly about this issue. And we definitely, all of us need to reach out to our friends from the CBOs to make sure that they call in to participate in these meetings, because if you don't show up, you know, you have no right to complain in the future. So I would ask the staff, starting today, set up the meetings, make sure that all of us who are interested will be able to make at least one of those meetings. The way it's worked, our newer commissioners, is that the staff will prepare a summary of sort of all the comments made from the two meetings, so that all of us will know what's being presented and what are the concerns and suggestions. And then we can meet back on either the 25th or March 1st or 2nd, whatever day that we choose to, specifically to look at this agenda, this proposal. Meanwhile, Deputy City Attorney Chen will look at legal ways that the commission can proceed or not proceed without any resolution from the meet and confer process, so that by the time we meet, either the 25th or whatever, we would have all the information on hand. And if we still believe that a majority of us need more information, then be it. But right now, I really feel that, as Commissioner Chu said, we owe it to the people of San Francisco to proceed as if March 4th is still our drop dead deadline. Commissioner Bush?
Yes, I think there's a motion and a second on the floor. I just wondered, at what point are we going to vote on that?
We can vote on it after our discussion's over. Commissioner Finleff, have your hand up.
Yeah.
And then the attention.
Mr. Shen, did you want to say something?
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Finleff. So just very briefly on the issue of effective date, since Commissioner Romano brought it up, I do want to just point out, for the benefit of the commission, that we cannot establish an effective date. That would be the day after election day. Under our municipal elections code, the effective date of ballot measures is 10 days after the board declares the results of an election. Relative to a normal November election date, that would probably be somewhere in mid to late December. Just want to share that as a point of information. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Commissioner
sorry, Madam Chair, too excited. So it could be 10 days after the election. Is that right?
10 days after the board declares the results of the election. Among other reasons, obviously, we're often still tabulating votes the day after election day, so we need to give a little bit more of a buffer, of course, for the election to run its course.
Right, but I think the key point is it could be much sooner than whatever date is currently in the proposal. Is that right?
The proposal largely does rest on the default effective date. I believe there's a few provisions that would have a slightly different runway, but that is mostly what's in there right now.
And then just in response to the chair's comments, thank you. You raised some really good points about making sure we have a cross-section of the diversity of our city partners. But I really think a commission meeting where we're all present is the way to do this. I think having two separate IP meetings is ineffective. It means that we're not all going to have the chance to question everyone or to learn from everyone. I think we have a good sense now of at least close to a dozen partners who are engaged, who've been calling in, we can reach out to them. And I think staff should proactively, just kind of flipping the interested person meeting backwards. We are interested in them. We should find the diversity of the organizations that will be impacted and reach out to them and invite them to come. Expert witness is probably not the right term, but invite them to come in as witnesses so we can learn from them. I think we should all be there. I think it should be at one meeting to make it efficient. And I think you're right, folks don't pay attention. That's why we need to affirmatively identify who will be impacted and bring them in. If they don't show up, then that's on them, but at least let's be proactive and invite them in. I have a strong preference for doing it all together. It's efficient, it's comprehensive. Thank you.
So under your proposal, I see 2 meetings instead of 1 before March 4th. The first one is whether we call it interested persons meeting or a regular commission meeting. All of us will be there. Folks will be invited to testify basically before the commission, because we also need the time after we hear their concerns and recommendations for the staff to put together a new, if it's necessary, a new proposal for us to act on. So if we're looking at that time of a timeline, I would suggest that staff needs to put together a meeting, maybe on the 18th, 21st or 22nd, and then a second meeting on the February 25th to vote, to take action. So is that something that we can all agree on without,
So I'm not wedded to the timeline that we've been talking about, especially in light of Mr. Shen's clarification about the effective dates. I think this can be at the next regularly scheduled commission meeting, and then sometime after that, we act on it. I'm not wedded to this idea that it has to be on the next election. I just don't see that as important as doing this right and getting it right. That's my kind of sum.
Commissioner Bush?
I just wanted to add that the outreach should include good government groups, not just people who are necessarily receiving a benefit of a contract, so that we get all of the viewpoints expressed at one time, so that others can say, yeah, we'd like you to move a little faster, or whatever it is they're going to say.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you, Commissioner Bush, for making that.
I think the only concern that I have is if we are not wedded into the March 4th deadline, it seems like we're being pushed to move the goalpost. Again, as Commissioner Chu said, we've been working on the commission has been working on this for over 2 years now. Numerous meetings we've held, interested persons meetings numerous times. And I agree we need to bring in different perspectives at this time. But I also want to, I'm mindful that the 10-day certification means that an election would not be delayed. And every time when we have ranked choice voting, you know how that goes. And I'm sure November we're going to have ranked choice voting. And that result may come in a month, 2 months later. So, timeline is very important for the folks, because yesterday there was a story about government official being caught in the missing certain deadlines. So
I would like to. Yes, I'd like to associate myself. I'm not only wedded to the June ballot, but I thought I was out on my honeymoon. And so it's been slow going. All I know is that somebody got screwed. It wasn't me. So I think that we need to move forward to put this for sure on the June ballot, because we have a public duty beyond what various partners believe to be what they're entitled to. They are entitled to hear the proposals, to give us feedback, to give our response back to them. But at some point, we have to move forward if we're going to get something done for the people of the city. And we can tell that there are those who are more eager to move forward than others. So I just make that point to underscore where we are.
Thank you, Commissioner. I haven't forgotten about your motion. We're going to take action on that one. Commissioner Romano?
So a couple of things. First of all, of course, we have a duty to San Franciscans, and we have a duty to get it right. We don't just have a duty to do it quickly, we have a duty to get it right. I delayed I tried to organize my appointment to this committee so this would be behind us before I got here, because I know so much work had been done prior to my appointment. But now that I'm appointed, I will just tell you that I'm not comfortable with voting on the current proposal getting on the ballot. Also, I think it's unrealistic to expect that the MEA is going to have conceded to conclude meet and confer by the end of February. In other words, we're going to be in the same legal position in the end of February as we are today, and shaky legal ground about putting it on the ballot, even if all of us are in agreement, which we are not. And as I do lots of work in other areas, and to delay is just a killer. But I'm not prepared to vote on it. I'm also happen to not be available on the 18th, 22nd, or 23rd, or whatever the dates were that Chairman Lee suggested. So, to some degree, the MEA's delay has worked to their detriment, because I do not agree with, at least today, and again, I'm open to hearing from other people and witnesses, to at least the ticket provision. So I don't think that delaying necessarily is playing into, demands from other people, from other parties.
Can I jump into the quick comment, Madam Chair?
It looks like we may have lost the chair momentarily, but please do, Commissioner Finlay. Thank you.
We've talked about delay quite a bit. I just want to remind folks that the first time this language was actually presented to the commission and to the public was in December. It's only 2 months ago. I know the initiative is very old. It's, I guess, years in the making, but the specific language, it's a complex measure. There's a lot in there. It hasn't been out there very long. So I think the delay, it's important to be kind of aware that the language is still relatively new, and it takes a lot of analysis to work through it. So, yeah.
I would add to that, if I may, that at statewide initiative, the language is made public about a year in advance prior to the election day.
Commissioner Romano, is your issue primarily the tickets?
As far I honestly have not been able to dig fully into everything, but that is my current most important issue, yes. I'm on the other issues and technical questions, I really want to defer to others who have studied this much longer, and I trust you all, but at least this issue I feel fairly briefed on and aware of, and as of today, at least, again, I'm very open to hearing from other people, and but
I think that the proposal that you made or mentioned about dealing with the smaller arts organizations and putting a cap on the value of the tickets is very reasonable, and I don't think that our commission would object to that. It's tickets for events that cost $5,000.
Well, I put in a pretty small number, like $50 or $25. Otherwise, my whole point is the whole idea was that these are supposed to be necessary for their job. If it's necessary for the job, then the job should pay for it. Just like a plane ticket, my job has, but I have to go to a business in Los Angeles. I don't pay for it. My job pays for it because it's necessary for me to go to Los Angeles. If that's what we're saying is necessary, then it should be necessary. I'm sure city officials, when they're necessary for being elsewhere, the city pays for it. Same should go here. I don't understand why it should be any different. And I think the reason why they're not doing different is because we all know, because people like to go to these events and they're used regularly to influence officials in ways that is directly antithesis of what our commission's about.
Commissioners, could I add a clarification there? I just wanted to specify that there's the package of reforms is both the ballot measure and the regulation amendments, and a lot of the items being discussed are in the regulation amendments. So those don't have the ballot measure deadlines in place. They're both subject to meet and confer, so it doesn't really help with closing that process out. But for example, the ticket exception is spelled out in the regulations, which could be amended or refined in the future without having to go back to the ballot, and that does not go before the voters, the regulations. So just wanted to clarify that part.
That's helpful, and I'll need to study exactly what goes before the ballot and would be locked in versus regulations, which I suppose could be amended.
Yeah, attachment 1 is the ballot measure, and then the regulations are in attachment 2 of the packet, and that's the what doesn't go for the voters.
My error in conflating this.
It's also true that the November ballot includes 6 members of the board. It's going to be a very heavy ballot for people to wade through all of that to get to us.
Could we go back for a moment to the ordinance versus the regulations? Mr. Cannon, could we ask you to annotate or send around something that would delineate which items that are at issue, I think of the 4 or the 7, which are contained in the ordinance and which are contained in the regulations, just to be able to help clarify.
Yeah, those were broken down in the memo. The 4 MEA issues, 3 of them would be regulation amendments. The only one proposal is from the MEA process is the liability for department heads for not reporting gifts to department. That was the change proposed there. And the other outstanding issue that we talked about in the ordinance would be the giver liability and whether, what to do with that. But the other options being discussed, I think, are mostly in the regs in terms of the ticket exceptions and some of those definitions about that some of the public commenters serviced.
And to clarify, the regulations are adopted by us, have nothing to do with the ballot. They're adopted at some later date or any date we want.
Correct. So they've been included in the discussion because they relate to what would be changed by the ballot measure. So they're being discussed at the same time and be voted on, but the effective date could be set to go into effect when the ballot measure went into effect if it passed.
But we would be voting on the regulations at the same time as we vote as putting on the ballot?
Yes, that's how we've been structuring it, is to have the
okay.
At the same time.
Then my concern remains in that I would not vote together as a package as of today.
It would be a separate vote. It would not be the same vote, to clarify, yeah. But we've been presenting them at the same time.
Got it.
But you don't have to do that.
In theory, we could separate them out and vote at different times.
Correct.
Hi, everyone. I'm calling in because workers at the next building was taking something, so I'm afraid they might have dug up something by accident, so I lost you.
We can hear you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Shirley, I think we were in the discussion on coming back to the potential motion after some additional commissioners' discussion while you were away.
Okay. Oh, I'm back. Okay.
think you're muted, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we're not going to be taking any action today. But what's on the table is the motion by Commissioner Bush to send out the press release. That's number one. The second item, the last time I remember, was that we were going to schedule a special meeting before March 4th as a commission, but I understand Commissioner Morano said he would not be available the next week. And we won't be able to meet the next week anyway, because we need to give 7-day notice, right? So the earliest we could meet would be February, the week of the 20th.
I believe the 21st is also a holiday. So it would be the 22nd through the 25th.
Okay, either the 21st.
My next available date is February 25th, to the extent that that matters.
You're available on the 25th? Okay. Can everyone make a 25th meeting? Virtual meeting? Okay. So why don't we agree on the February 25th regular special commission meeting? And then let's take a vote on the motion by Commissioner Bush, seconded by Commissioner Chu, that we issue a press release outlining all the progress we've made up until today.
And including urging people to participate in the upcoming meeting.
Right.
Or otherwise contact us.
Right. Okay. Moderator, can you please call the roll?
A motion has.
Did we have public comments?
Yes, you had closed that earlier.
Okay.
Yes. A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush?
Aye.
Commissioner Chu?
Aye.
Chair Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Finlip?
I'm sorry, clarification. Is this just for the press release or also for the new meeting? Are we combining them both?
Just the press release. Just the
Aye.
press release.
Okay. Aye. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Romano?
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. The second one is we need to decide if we will have a quorum to hold a special meeting on February 25th for discussion and possible action on the proposed ballot measure.
So I will not be taking any action until we've heard from the public. So I don't think that makes sense from my perspective.
That's the meeting that we were going to invite the folks to testify.
Right, but I think as you pointed out, we wouldn't be able to vote at that same meeting on the measure. Maybe I misunderstood you.
No, I think it needs to be agendized.
I think that's a language
discussion and possible action taken so that we have the opportunity to take action and we're not foreclosed from taking action if we should decide. It doesn't require us to take action, it just gives us the option.
It's just a formality, but we are going to hold a meeting to invite interested parties to testify before us on their perspectives on this proposal. That's February 25th. 10 o'clock. I think Commissioner Bush has requested 10 o'clock meeting. Okay. I don't think we need to vote. We'll just show up. Right, Deputy City Attorney, we don't need a vote. Okay. So With that concluded, let's move to agenda item number 9. And again, my fellow commissioners, thank you so much for your patience and your endurance. Agenda item number 9, discussion of the executive director report and update of various programmatic and operational highlights of Ethics Commission staff activities since our last meeting in January. Director Pelham?
Thank you, Chair Lee. In the interest of time, I will be extremely brief. I just wanted to acknowledge, as we have in the earlier meeting, we welcome Commissioner Romano to the commission this meeting. We also welcome, in a new capacity, our new Director of Enforcement, Patrick Ford. Pat, as you know, has been our policy lead person for the past 4 or 5 years, and he's now, effective this week, moved over to enforcement. So you'll get familiar with him in that context. Also, we welcome Geraldo Moya to the staff as our new administrative services clerk, helping us out at the front office. Lastly, our Ethics at Work job applications are continuing to be received for our manager of that program to help us further develop and refine it. We have 3 other positions that are under review by the Department of Human Resources now that we're hoping to post in the coming couple of weeks. So we look forward to starting that recruitment process in earnest in the coming weeks with applicant reviews once that's closed. But we are continuing to take applications, so we're actively recruiting for that role. Happy to answer any questions otherwise.
Okay, thank you. You want to make the announcements about the future meeting arrangements?
For the meeting of the, the meeting of the 25th, I'm sorry.
No more virtual meetings starting March?
Oh, well, we did receive, just as a note of information, and we'll provide more information publicly once we can refine it a bit, but we received notice yesterday, late in the day, the mayor signed a new proclamation regarding the return to on-site in-person meetings of city policy bodies, starting with commissions that are charter established. So that would include the Ethics Commission. And that is something that they are requiring to be back on site starting March 7th. So as you know, the commission's next regularly scheduled meeting would be March 11th. We have set up appointments with Department of Technology and our friends at SF TV to make sure that we are doing what we can to get the logistics and timing and training on any technology up and running for you all and for us to accommodate that. But we did provide some information to you earlier today, and we'll make sure the public has information about that as soon as we get more details as well. So it's looking like it would be a continuation of a hybrid meeting, a remote meeting, in the sense that the public would continue to engage remotely while policy bodies, except for in limited circumstances, would have all policy body members on site physically, and we are back in City Hall in room 400 at this point. So more details to follow, but that's the heads up that it looks like there'll be some changes coming in the next month.
Thank you. And for the director, Commissioner Bush?
Yes, I'd like to ask the executive director to provide it in a follow-up or future meeting, whichever works best for her timetable, some metrics on different things, like on the ethics at work. By how many months till you've done that for all department heads or some other entity that you decide is a greater priority? Perhaps it's all employees at DPW or PUC, but some metrics that tells us so that we know how things are being held accountable and the transparency for the public. So the same approach for almost all the things that are on our agenda. If you take a look at the points that you raised in your note to the Board of Supervisors Audit Committee a few years back, there were a number of issues that had timelines on them and so forth. So I think it would be good to meld that into our budget, but if it's too late to do that, then at least meld it into a report back to the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Bush. As you know, we'll make sure to bring that information back at the March meeting. March or April? We do have that on track for a quarterly update to the commission, so we can certainly provide it as soon as we put it together and share it with you in advance of having it on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If none, let's open up for public comments, please, moderator.
I'm so sorry. Madam Chair, we're checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item 9, discussion of Executive Director's report, an update of various programmatic and operational highlights of Ethics Commission staff activities since the Commission's previous meeting. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. We have a caller in the queue. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
So, Commissioners, my name is Francisco da Costa, and I'm the Director of Environmental Justice Advocacy. I've been listening to the discussion, the previous one. I believe you all may have taken public comment before at some point, and then the discussion on the Executive Director's report. The people who have been following this corruption, and some of us have been on this for 15 years, while the Ethics Commission has been pussyfooting around. And you can just look at how many commissioners have left the Ethics Commission. Stellar commissioners like Judge Quinton Kopp, and so on and so forth. As one or two of y'all have been saying, we are fed up, waiting for so long without any adjudication, just beating around the bush. We'll have this type of meeting, that type of meeting, another type of meeting, virtual meeting, a small committee, a big committee, a fat committee, a thin committee. It's BS. Many of you commissioners, I'm not saying all, but many of y'all don't have the ability to do a needs assessment. And some of y'all are just rambling on stuff that is not needed. This corruption has to be addressed on a war footing. But y'all wouldn't know that. On a war footing. Right now, even as y'all are discussing about what to do, people who have been charged are still bribing, taking gifts, can influence the contract monitoring division, can influence the mayor, can influence some other people, and the Ethics Commission is like pussyfooting around. For how long can we tolerate this? For how long? Y'all are not even interested in empirical data that is available to the citizens of San Francisco. Y'all are not interested. Y'all hire your own investigative reporter who once came up and he said, oh, you know, I cannot talk about the charges against the mayor and whatever, when everything was in the newspaper. She was charged $23,000. The Ethics Commission. Now you got some new people. You got a gentleman from the chair.
Your 3 minutes has expired. Please stand by. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hello, I just have one very brief comment to make. I work in the compliance community, taking on nonprofits and other organizations that will have to comply with a lot of the new rules that have been talked about at length today. And thank you all for your candor on these topics. But I just wanted to point out that rushing to The June ballot for a bad law will also result in problems in the compliance communities, which will cascade and have legal effects on the nonprofits that we represent. So I just want to push this commission, urge this commission to please postpone if it's needed to get a better law on the books. Thank you.
Please stand by. Madam Chair, there's no further callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. With public comment closed, let's call agenda item number 9. Which one? Oh, sorry. Agenda item number 10, discussion of possible actions on items for future meetings. Colleagues, any suggestions and comments? Commissioner Bush?
Yes, I would like to put on the agenda a bylaw change to allow meetings to start at 10 o'clock instead of 9:30.
Okay. Commissioner Phillip?
Very briefly, thank you. I mentioned previously I'd love to have a presentation about the enforcement process. I'm going to reiterate that and just add some details. I think an overview like number of cases filed, how many are open, how many are outstanding, how you respond to complainants in terms of communicating back to them. We can't get into the details, obviously, but I mean a more of an overview so we get a sense of the process and kind of what the timeline is a big part of that. Thank you.
So, Director Pelham, let's put those 2 items on the March 11th meeting agenda, please. Okay. If no more recommendations, let's go to public comments, please.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item 10, discussion and possible action on items for future meetings. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off and you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, we have a caller in the queue. Welcome, caller. Your 3 minutes begins now.
I'm sorry, my hand was remained held up from before. I do not have a comment.
Okay, thank you so much. *3 to lower your hand. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there's no callers, no more callers in the queue.
Okay, public comment is closed for agenda item number 10. Now agenda item number 11, additional opportunity for public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda pursuant to Ethics Commission Bylaws, Article 7, Section 2. Public comments, please.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item 11, additional opportunities for public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda pursuant to the Ethics Commission Bylaws, Article 7, Section 2. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are in line with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there's no callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is closed. Agenda item number 12, which is adjournment. Colleagues, thank you so much for your patience and your wisdom. Commissioner Romano, we usually don't have long meetings, so hopefully we'll see you again at the next meeting.
I feel partially responsible for that. Thank you all, and it's really a pleasure to get to meet you all, and I'll see you at our next meeting.
Okay. This meeting is adjourned in honor of our dear friend, Bob Planhole. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.